Time. Welcome, everybody. This is the Design Review Board hearing for May 22, 2025. Sarah, please roll the call, call the roll. And then why don't we do that? First of all, Louis, are you here?
I'm here.
Excellent. So Louis, board member Louis Weil will be appearing via Zoom audio. Louis, before we begin, are there any members of the public in your presence within hearing distance?
No.
Okay, if somebody from the public does come within your presence and or hearing distance, please let us know.
I will. There's postings out front at the front of the ranch.
Excellent. Sarah, please call the roll.
Board Member Bauta.
Here.
Board Member Coveney.
Here.
Board Member Weil.
Yes, here.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon.
Here.
And Chair Gibbs.
Here. All right. Before at the beginning, I always describe the meeting procedures, which will be as follows. For those of you who haven't been here, please listen carefully. For those of you who have been here, don't fall asleep. Okay, if we begin with public communications, any member of the public can address the board on items not agendized, but in the purview or within the purview of the Design Review Board. Comments will be limited to a maximum of 2 minutes per speaker. We will then go to the consent calendar, after which the board will determine whether there should be any modification of the agenda order. Then we will go on to regular order of business. For each of the items, I will introduce the item, the address, the design review number, and any other related application numbers. Applicants will then take their seat at the front desk right here. Staff will present a summary presentation and comments. The board will have an opportunity to ask staff questions at that point. Then I will declare the public hearing opened. It will begin with the applicant team, who will have 5 minutes for presentation. Then members of the public who will come to the podium right here will have 3 minutes for comment, unless in the discretion of the chair, there's so many speakers that time necessitates reducing the time below 3 minutes. Applicant team will then have 3 minutes for rebuttal. At that point, the board will have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant and, if appropriate, members of the public who spoke. After that, we will close, or I will close the public hearing, and the board will enter into discussions and deliberations. And in the course of that deliberations, we may and likely will make a motion regarding the agenda item, which, if there's a second, and subsequent discussion will be voted upon. It will require, given there's 5 members, a 3-vote to pass. If we do make a decision on an application, whether to grant or deny, any person, either the applicant or any person residing within 300 feet of the project who disagrees with the board action will have 14 days to appeal. Okay, so with that out of the way, we'll start with the public communications. This is on a matter that is not on our agenda, but within our purview. Any public speakers, please come up now. Seeing none, we will proceed to the consent calendar. There's 2 items on the consent calendar. One is the January 3, 2025 Design Review Board minutes. The second is 4.2, Design Review Application 24-0434, Coastal Development Permit 240435, Revocable Encroachment Permit 24-0436 for 607 Short Street. And I believe there's a continuance being requested to our regular Design Review Board hearing on June 26, 2025. Is there any of the public who desire to speak on any two of the consent items? Seeing none, I open it up. We close the public hearing on those consent items. Any deliberations or comments?
I'd like to abstain from the meeting minutes because I wasn't at attendance.
Okay, so we'll vote separately on 4.1.
And so board, Chair, if I may, that's not necessary. If there's a motion to approve it, board member can simply just say, hey, I'm going to register an abstention for 4.1 and vote yes on 4.2.
Okay, in that case, do I have a motion?
Chair, I'll make a motion to approve 4.1, 4.2 as proposed.
I'll second that. Sarah, please call the roll.
Board Member Bauta,
I'd like to abstain from 4.1 and approve 4.2.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
and Chair Gibbs.
Yes. All right, we are going to proceed with the first item. Oh, first thing, any desire from board members to modify the order of the agenda?
Chair, it's not essential, but I'm wondering if we want to consider moving up item 5.5 if the applicants are here, Irvine Cove Place, up in one of the first three, after the first three.
I would be open to moving 5.5 to go before 5.4. The other two matters, I think, are even shorter than that one. Do I have a concurrence?
I concur.
I agree with that.
Okay, so the change in order will be we will go from 5.3 to 5.5 and then proceed with 5.4 and complete the agenda. With that said, we'll address 5.1. While I'm talking, can the applicant take the front desk here?
In ex parte.
Yes, let's do ex parte first. Go ahead.
Chair, I drove by the site.
Chair, I visited the site and spoke with Jim Conrad.
I drove by the site and spoke with Jim Conrad as well.
I drove by the site and spoke with Jim Conrad.
I drove by the site and spoke with Ali, an associate of Jim Conrad.
Chair, I'd like to request an expedited hearing on this.
I join with that. We will go to expedited hearing, but first let me introduce the item. It is 5.1, address 935 Baja Street, design review 25-0842, coastal development permit 25-0841, and the ex partes were relating to that item. Open the public hearing. The floor is yours, Mr. Conrad. Oh, I'm sorry, Daniel.
I'll just
Yeah.
say, so the project is modifications to a prior approval, and staff has only received letters in support of the project. That concludes my presentation.
Any questions? Seeing none, Mr. Conrad, the public hearing is open.
Hello, my name is Jim Conrad, representing the applicant, and I don't have a presentation to make. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them for you.
I guess the only question I have is I saw a public or a comment letter concerned about landscaping potentially blocking views. Is there any, and I didn't see any, public comment specifically relating to this. Could you explain the landscaping and any impact upon views from other residences? Because it's so hard to tell because it's not built when I
Right.
went out there.
Right, yes. I did get an email from one of the neighbors asking about that. They wanted to make sure we didn't add any additional trees that might block their angular views, and we have not. The only changes to the landscaping was just adjusting it to fit with the different shape of the pool. But there was no additional landscaping added, no additional trees, and they were satisfied. I had a meeting with all the neighbors, answered all their questions, and they were all okay with it.
Okay, so you concluded your remarks?
Yes.
All right, public, any members of the public who wish to speak on this item can approach the podium. Seeing none, I return it to Mr. Conrad for 3 minutes.
No, thanks.
All right, any questions of the applicant? Not seeing any questions, I close the public hearing and its deliberations. Who would like to begin?
I can start. I would vote to approve this request. It's a minor modifications to a prior approval and it has support of the neighbors. And it meets all design review criteria.
Yes, and I concur with Board Member Coveney. It also meets the guidelines for the coastal development permit.
I concur with both members, MJ Coveney and Jessica.
Okay, and I concur as well, meets the guidelines with respect to the coastal development permit for the ADU. I've reviewed the location of the ADU and the findings required, including criteria 6 under finding 1 on visual compatibility. Given the location of this ADU, it does not have, the ADU in the context of this project is visually compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. So with that, I would support the project.
Board Member.
Oh, Mr. Lewis, go ahead.
I thought you were calling for a motion. My bad. Yeah, I concur with the colleagues as well. It is design review compatible. I fully support it. As for the landscaping, I don't see any significant trees over 6 feet. So I
All
can
right.
support the project.
Mr. Wiley, have any other comments? Nope.
No, I close that out. Thank you.
All righty. Do we have a motion?
Okay, I can make the motion. Let's see, I'm going to make a motion on item 5.1, approving resolution 525 0842, approving design review 250842 and coastal development permit 250841 for modifications that include lower level additions, reduction in the number of parking spaces, relocation of doors and windows, pool shape modification, and the landscaping associated with the new single-family residence with an attached two-car garage in the R1 zone.
I'll second that.
Can we call the roll, please?
Board Member Bata,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney.
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon.
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Right.
All righty, the next item, can I have the applicant come to the desk? Before we do roll call, or before we do ex parte, let me identify the item. It's item 5.2 at 805 La Mirada Street, revocable encroachment permit 25-0586, ex parte, please.
Chair, I drove by the site.
I drove by the site and spoke to the applicant, Mr. Clark.
You know,
I spoke with the applicant and I met with the owners on site.
Lewis?
Met with the owner on site and obviously visited the site.
And I met with the owner, Chris Clark, on site and walked the site. All righty, so yeah, we can do expedited. It's pretty clear what this is about. Go ahead.
All right. So item 5.2 is an REP. I wanted to point out it's a modification to the 1996 REP. It's located in the area directly adjacent to 805 La Mirada. And it's just enhancing what was previously approved, essentially. And staff recommends approval. And then in terms of public commentary, there was one letter that was in opposition. And then once they obtained more information about the project, they were in support.
Oh, they did. Okay, good to know that. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, I open the public hearing. Applicant, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, my name's Chris Clark. I'm an attorney. I represent the homeowners, Steve Stamstead to my right and Don Beck behind me. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for coming out to the property and seeing it. This is an application for just an updated REP for the 96 REP that already exists. It complies with the requirements of the municipal code. And there's no new improvements or construction or anything else being requested. It's just to protect the status quo of what exists. There are before and after photographs. I think I emailed them to everybody. You've probably seen them. We can walk through them, but basically, the original REP in 1996 was to protect the status quo of what was already existing at that time. If you look in the notes of the discussion of City Council during that REP hearing, it was clear that the homeowners back in the 90s or even the 80s had constructed improvements as far as landscaping, riprap, fencing, and so forth, stairs on the property, the right-of-way, and an issue came up, so they went in for the REP. It was granted to protect that status quo of what existed. In 2019, the before pictures of before my clients purchased the property show what it looked like at that point, which is essentially similar to what it was in 96 with some changes over time from earlier in the 2000s. And then the after pictures are just the improvements both for safety and for aesthetics that my clients built in the middle of 2019. It hasn't changed since 2019. It's been the same for over 5 years. This hearing is just to obtain, again, an updated REP to reflect what exists today and has existed for about 6 years, and even before that, and to protect the status quo of what's there, but not to seek anything new, no new improvements, no anything else. I don't know if you saw all the letters of support, but some of them were posted today. There are several letters that people attesting to the fact that the improvements are a general beautification of the area, that the road would never be used for a strike, that the right-of-way would never be used for a road. In 2007, there was also a resolution that was passed by the City Council for the right-of-way across the street from 805 La Mirada at 800 La Mirada, where the right-of-way was abandoned to the homeowner at 800. Initially, we had requested an abandonment, but for policy reasons or otherwise, the city preferred that we come in for an updated REP, and that's what we're doing today. In closing, this, I think it's stated in the staff report that this has never been used for public benefit, use, or enjoyment before. You may hear things to the contrary. I don't know from the public, but I can say that based on the previous REP, it's never
Please
been
wrap
used.
your comments. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sure, thank you.
All right. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, you can finish your sentence, sir.
Yeah.
You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I don't want to start a new sentence because then it could be another 5 minutes.
I think it was about 10-second gap in there, so.
No, we're all good, and I'll just respond to any questions.
Okay, does the board have any questions? Mr. Weil?
No, I'm ready with comments.
Okay, we close the public hearing. Jess, would you like to begin? Louis, you want to begin?
Sure. Yeah, I think the biggest part of this thing is that this area was already defined by the city council as a right-of-way use for kind of more private enjoyment or fencing and the elements as described in the staff report. The beautification was just an update. It seems to be similar as I walked on the property. It's mostly landscaping, some pathways and a few stairs and that kind of stuff. Nothing of permanent nature. And so I see that the REP should be granted as it's consistent to the prior approvals.
Okay, next.
And I can concur with Board Member Weil. It is definitely a beautification. Did you guys ever win a beautification award for that?
Not yet. Want to get past you first.
Yeah, because the city has them. I won one year. Yeah, and it's a rite of passage that the neighbor across the street, as you pointed out, they get to enjoy that same entitlement. So I agree with Board Member Weil, and I'm ready to approve this project.
MJ?
Yeah, I concur. And I believe just by nature of being revocable, it is revocable at some point if there is some requirement by the city or another build going on that requires it to be relooked at. But for right now, it looks great. I know this house because when I drive up there to look at other houses, it's one of the rare respites in this otherwise, boxes. And I always want to peek in and see, I wish I could get in. Not that that's a request for an invite. I wish I could get in.
You're welcome. Come on by.
Emer?
Yeah, I'd like to recommend approval. I think you did a great job of being prepared and presenting all the case studies from before and after. I really appreciate seeing the before and after and following through with all of the documentation required. So I'd like to move to approve.
Thank you. I find that the requested REP meets all the finding requirements, including that there's no present or prospective public use of a street or public wide right-of-way right there. I saw no impact on water course or any other potential use or interference by granting this REP. And it meets the applicable Arch Beach Heights specific plan standards. I do note that this road will never be used, nor is there any other conceivable way that that area would be used by, a foreseeable way, in my mind, would be used. I would hope at some point you'd present this again to the city council for abandonment, because at least looking at it, that seems to me to be the appropriate route. That said, I can support this REP. So do we have a motion?
Chair, I make a motion to approve 5.2 located at 805 La Mirada Street as proposed.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All right. Take, Sarah, the roll, please.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon.
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, the next item, 5.3, while the applicant comes to the front table, I'll identify it. It's for 175 and 177 Dumont Drive, design review, application 24-1742, coastal development permit 24. Did I say 27? Anyway, design review 24-1742, coastal development permit 24-1743, and variance 24-1744.
Ex parte.
Ex parte.
Ex parte, I met with Steve Caratani and the Warren Hutchinson, the design.
Same for me.
I spoke to Steve and went by the site.
Same for me, Mr. Clortani and Mr. Hutcherson, and saw the site.
Same for me.
Lewis?
Same as Mr. Gibbs or Chair Gibbs.
All righty. Heather, could you give the staff report, please?
I'm not able to get my presentation to show on the screen.
Yeah, the presentation.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not loading on the screen.
I think we better hear this one. Not much.
Try
so.
one more time. Hang on.
The
Got it.
reason that I don't want to expedite is because there's recommended denials. So I think we should hear that and hear the applicant.
Okay. Funny. There we go. Okay, thank you. Item 5.3 is a request for design review, coastal development permit, and a variance at 175 and 177 Dumont Avenue in the R2 zone. The project site contains an existing duplex and one ADU on 2 levels above an existing 4-car garage on a 4,675 square foot lot. The proposed project includes extension of an existing elevator from the upper and mid-level living areas to the lower level garage, and the addition of 2 tandem covered parking spaces in front of 2 existing garage spaces. The new covered parking area would be excavated below existing upper floor area, which then results in a structure that exceeds the maximum allowed building height. It would exceed it by 1 foot 2.5 inches. If granted, the variance would allow the property to maintain a height of 30 feet, 2.5 inches, where 29 feet is allowed, as measured from the finished floor to the highest point on the roof directly above. To grant a variance, all required findings must be met. Staff was unable to identify the special circumstances applicable to the property or how the strict application of the zoning ordinance height standard would deprive the property owner of privileges enjoyed by others nearby. Because the design review and coastal development permit and variance applications are interrelated, the DR and CDP entitlements cannot proceed independent of the variance application.
Any questions of staff?
Staff recommends, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
Staff recommends that the board adopt Resolution 24-1742, denying design review 24-1742, coastal development permit 24-1743, and variance 24-1744 to modify a prior approval by adding 2 tandem covered spaces that result in a structure exceeding the maximum allowed building height. If the board finds facts to support the requested variance, staff requests that the board provide direction as to the reasons for the support and continue the item to a date certain. This will allow staff time to bring forward an approval resolution to the board for action. This concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Heather. Didn't mean to cut you off. Any questions of staff?
Chair Gibbs.
Yes, Louis.
So I have 2 questions. One, Heather, if the elevator was just to be a project by itself, does it meet the standards? Does it exceed the height? It's just the garage, or is my understanding just the garage component triggering the height variance?
That's correct. It's just a very small portion of the garage highlighted in red here, but the elevator actually is allowed to go up to 36 feet by code, so it meets our code requirement.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. Cartani, you have 5 minutes. I open the public hearing.
Thank you, Chair Gibbs, board members and staff. My name is Steve Kawaratani, and I'm wondering where Warren is, but that's fine. I understand that staff is unable to make the findings for the additional parking. And first of all, staff isn't aware or really can't consider the fact, as the board can, that if any of you tried to park on that street this week, there's absolutely no parking available. There are 2 parking spaces, and the depth of the driveway is 5 feet. You can't even park on the driveway. So as staff mentioned, this is a property that is a duplex, and we have compliant parking for both, and there wasn't a requirement for parking for the existing ADU. So with a lack of parking for any visitors or guests, we believe that there are special circumstances due to location. Furthermore, there are variances that have been granted, and particularly in the case of this elevator, there is an elevator on the other unit, but because of the height variance request, it only goes up 2 floors. We're asking for an elevator that will be beyond the 2 additional parking spaces, that will be ADA compliant and will allow a handicapped member of the family to park in the garage, use an ADA compliant elevator, and get up to the top. Now, it is interesting, back in 2002, there was a similar request for an elevator at I believe it's 195 Dumont. It's 2 doors down, and a variance was granted for that elevator to encroach into the side yard setback. Additionally, there's another variance that has been granted on Dumont for improvements out of grade. There's a 3rd variance granted right around the corner on Victoria Drive for improvements out of grade. And then in the general neighborhood on Solana, there was a height variance granted. So I believe that the board can make the 4 required findings. And if we look at just the practicality and understanding that staff is constrained on why they can't support the variance, because oftentimes staff, and there's no offense here, oftentimes common sense doesn't rule on findings. Are you frowning at me, Mr. Campbell? You know, we were trained as board members not to make faces at applicants or the audience. I mean, it's intimidating.
Let's keep it on topic.
That being said, we believe the board can make the 4 findings due to location, due to the need for additional off-site parking that is not available in the general location. This also chimes in with safety, to have 2 more parking spaces, and lastly, to provide a ADA compliant elevator. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak on this? Please come up now. Seeing none, Mr. Cortani, you have 3 more minutes.
I've said it.
What? He's got 3 more minutes and then we'll.
Yeah, I've said enough. Thank you.
Okay, and that's the first thing you've said tonight. I agree. No, just kidding. Emir, you have some questions?
Yeah,
was
Mr.
triple take for the
Kawartani,
record.
I've got a question pertaining to the garage spaces. So currently the property has an ADU, is that correct? Would it be safe to say that the addition is not going to be used as a junior ADU?
It is not. You know, if you look at how this is configured, there is no egress out of a potential ADU. So I think that fear is unfounded, Emir.
Okay, thank you.
Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Weil.
on that same questioning, Mr. Cortani, would the applicant team, if we were to consider this further, would the applicant team be amenable to a condition of non-habitable space being marked at under the garage, or for the space of the garage to be marked as non-habitable? And if any further projects or requests for making it habitable be subject to design review in the future?
Yeah, I would like Patrick to talk. I have questions whether that would work legally. Go ahead.
Yeah, correct. So I would probably, the only thing I would want to add to that condition, unless otherwise, dictated by state law.
Yeah,
Because,
to
yeah.
to the extent, and I'm not playing lawyer, whether that condition would survive in the face of the ADU law is probably not clear. Would you say that's fair, Patrick?
That is fair. That yes, that condition would not survive if it conflicted with existing state law or future state law. Once again, I apologize. I'm not really I understand the request. I'm not technically sufficient enough to read the plans and kind of understand that.
Yeah, they're adding.
We should just avoid it altogether.
Yeah, they're adding space.
So that I understand, right?
Yeah, they're digging out and adding a space for 2 cars
Correct.
under the building. And I think Emir made raise a point, which is by granting the variance, do we open this up to actually adding a junior ADU? Now, any other questions? Louis, any other questions?
No, that was it.
Any other questions? All right. With that, I have no questions. We will close the public hearing and begin with deliberations. Let me start just because I see a special circumstance here. I am interested in Mr. Wiles and Emir Buta's, is it? Bauta, and any other board members' views on the ADU issue or the potential of that being used for habitable space. Just on the, first of all, I find it meets the guidelines. This is you don't see it, it has no impact, it doesn't change really anything that's seen from adjoining properties or the public. I agree with the staff report in the sense that the issue is the variance. Finding 1 for the variance reads, there are special circumstances applicable to the property involved, including size, shape, topography, location, or surrounding which cause the strict application of the zoning ordinance to deprive such property of privileges enjoyed by other property in the vicinity and under identical zoning classification. It doesn't mean it has the privilege that's enjoyed by all the property owners. It just has to be enjoyed by some. I think that the surrounding neighborhood is the Dummen Drive. And the special circumstance that I see is that several houses, including the houses on both sides of the house that's subject, have a recessed driveway which allows parking in front of the driveway. That's true as well with the house directly across the street. The 175, 177 Drummond or Dummen does not have that. The garage is right on. Because of the situation of that house, to deny this variance would deny a special privilege enjoyed by other homeowners to have 4 cars be parkable on property. And for that reason, I think that finding 1 can be made. So because there's no room to add parking in front, the logical answer is to add parking in back to give the privilege, the same privilege enjoyed by other neighbors. With respect to finding 2, it's essentially the same thing. It's necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of a substantial property right of the applicant, which right is possessed by other property owners. Other property owners have the right to park 4 cars on property, 2 in front of the garage, 2 behind the garage. Here to provide the same privilege and right and of enjoyment, the variance to allow the parking request in this application, I think applies. So finding 2 can be made. Moreover, what supports finding 1 and finding 2 is that parking is needed in this stretch of the road. And so that makes an additional, I think, imperative for granting the variance in this case. So based upon my, my view, based on those facts, I think we can make the findings for the variance. That said, there may be other issues of the board, or they may disagree with me. Who would like to go next?
I would like to agree with your findings and assessment of this application, and I'm ready to approve this project.
Okay.
I'd like to agree with your findings as well. I also think this is a good reason to allow for age in place with the use of elevator to that lower level. I think that's great. It does meet all the design review findings, and I think I can approve this as well.
MJ? Louis, so you'll go after.
Yeah, I can concur with my colleagues. I was just being slightly hesitant based on the often people will utilize a back way into utilizing something that's not going to be what they requested. But I think in this case, it appears that it's somewhat restricted. In order for them to make it habitable, they would have to come back and get some egresses put in, I think 2 actually, in order to accommodate that size. So I'm going to trust that all is good, and I'm going to concur.
You want to add a condition as described?
I really don't see that we can restrict.
I think we should avoid doing such things.
If it's just too hard to restrict.
Well, I don't think it's clear based upon what council said that it would be unenforceable. And if it is unenforceable, then it doesn't matter. But I'm not of a mind to include the condition, but I wanted to know if you guys wanted to do that. Louis, why don't you go ahead and then we can come back on that.
Okay. Yeah, a similar vein as the rest of the board members. I can see a path for this. As board member Gibbs was discussing that, the neighborhood's Victoria Beach, but not only is it Victoria Beach, it's very similar to a lot of our very high congested, dense, like older beach areas in town. And as being on the board for a significant time, throughout the history in these areas, there have been some creative parking solutions that have been varianced or considered to provide the access. And I think the most significant component of it for myself is that this additional parking doesn't preclude the public from any deprived parking, right? It's all within the current access pattern of this parcel. And so that's a significant thing for me as well for the CDP. in doing this. And so I can support that. I think the elevator is a conforming elevator, doesn't block views, privacy, and the rest of the design review criteria would be met for that. So I'd like to see staff, find the supportive variance claims that we can support to move this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Wild. Any other comments from the board? I don't think that a motion is necessary. Pat, correct me if I'm wrong. It's direction to prepare a resolution granting the application, including the design review application, the coastal development permit, and the variance.
Chair Gibbs, if I might, yeah, the motion would be to continue this item and direct staff to bring back a resolution of approval according with, the notions that you indicated here on the record. One thing I wanted to add about that condition about converting the space to habitable space, we could do a condition like that, and it would actually preclude the conversion of the space to, storage or some other use. But if it were to come in through as a JADU, we don't believe it would stand that test, meaning it could be converted to a JADU. And so if that was of interest to the board to put the condition there to avoid it from becoming something other than parking, and that parking does seem to be a critical consideration for the board tonight, a condition not allowing it to be used for something other than parking unless precluded by state law might still be of interest to you. So I'm just putting out there for your consideration.
Thank you. Any comments on that?
I have a quick comment. So,
I'm fine with it as it is.
so if they were going to make it storage or a gym, for instance, or a wine cellar,
Exactly. This is extra parking spaces. It's not required parking spaces. So we couldn't, in essence, stop them from changing it to some other use in the future. Some future owner might want a wine cellar. And then the parking is gone. And if parking is a significant consideration for the board tonight, you might consider the condition to not allow it be used for other than parking unless precluded by state law, say for a JADU or some other use.
Let me make a comment about that.
Let's have our city attorney chime in on this because he's shaking his head.
I was not shaking, but it was basically everything Mr. Campbell here said, I agree with. The one thing that I would add, and this is probably up for your guys' deliberations, is of course the enforcement component that, it is oftentimes, we operate on a complaint driven and it's very difficult. And, it's if someone has a Peloton in there for a weekend and they're riding it, is that something that we really want to concern ourselves with? But it's up to the discretion of the board.
Yeah,
I know a lot of people that like to work out in their garage and still use their garage for parking. So I wouldn't want to put that limitation on the applicant.
all right, let me make a comment about it. I mean, we are granting this variance and finding the special circumstances solely because it's going to be used for parking primarily. And while it can't be, it is difficult to, check, I think the condition is appropriate because I would not be voting for this, finding a variance if it was going to be used for exercise equipment or storage. So the way I would frame the condition would be that the condition is that it's to be used primarily for parking. And I think that's really, and I appreciate your comments, Mr. Campbell. I think that's really important to maintain the credibility of the variance. So that's where I stand.
I would support that language as primarily parking.
Okay, Howard, MJ, are you good with that? Okay, why don't I do the motion then, since I came up with this fabulous language? Let me get it up here.
We'll bring back a resolution with that.
Oh, wait, we're doing a continuance.
Yeah.
When is the continuance?
I think we can do this in 2 weeks and bring it back on the next agenda.
What is the next date?
It is actually 3 weeks. It's June 12th.
June 12th. Okay, I move that item 5.3 be continued to June 11th? June 12th board meeting for staff to present a resolution approving design review 24-1742, coastal development permit 24-1743, variance 24-1744, with the condition that the 2 parking spaces being added be used primarily for parking.
Second that.
Yep.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
and Chair Gibbs.
Yes, thank you.
Chair, can you guys hear me okay?
We hear you too well. We hear you too well, Louis. No, you're just fine.
Good.
All right, we're up with 5.4. Will the applicant? Oh, I'm sorry. No, 5.
We,
Oh, that-
we changed the
thank you.
order of business.
All right,
5.5.
5.5, will Irvine Cove, 130 Irvine Cove Place applicant come to the table? All right, this item 5.5, which we're taking out of order, is for 130 Irvine Cove Place, Design Review 25-0857, Coastal Development Permit 25-0037. Given that this is the construction of a new house, I'm not going to do an expedited review, but Wendy, are you doing this? But you don't need to go into every detail, but do give a general review of the project for the public and for the applicant and for the board. Not an expert.
In other words, an expedited.
Oh, but I was so excited to come back to see you guys.
Somewhere between a full review and an explanation.
Okay.
Now, I think this cannot be expedited given the scope of the project. Go ahead.
It can or cannot? Sorry. No, okay. Thank you, Chair Gibbs. Good evening, members of the Design Review Board and members of the public. I'm Wendy Jung, Principal Planner, and I'll be presenting item 5.5, located at 130 Irvine Cove.
Before you do, we forgot ex parte, so let's do ex parte, please.
I had a site visit with the owners.
And I met on site with a young woman and Nicole from Brandon Architects, sorry.
I met on site with the owners.
Yeah.
And Louis, go ahead.
I evaluated the site and spoke with the architect team.
I went to the site, spoke to architect Ryan McDaniels and the owners Ryan and Stacy Day. Okay, go ahead now, Wendy. It's your turn.
Okay, thank you, Chair Gibbs. So the subject property is located in the R1 zone within the Upper Irvine Cove community, which is adjacent to the unincorporated Emerald Bay community to the south. The approximate 23,200 square foot lot is surrounded by low-density single-family development and is one of 12 homes along Irvine Cove Place on a cul-de-sac street. The lot has a relatively flat topographic condition with an average lot slope of 3.5% and generally slopes downward from the street towards the rear of the property and then from the north portion to the south portion of the lot. It is currently improved with an approximate 5,000 square foot single-family residence with an attached 5-car garage that was built in 1992. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing structure and construct a new single-family residence of approximately 6,900 square feet. It will be 1 story and with an attached 931 square foot 4-car garage. This style, the architectural style, will be a Dutch colonial revival, and design review approval is requested for the new structure, an elevated deck, additional covered parking, excess building site coverage, grading, retaining walls, pool and spa, hardscape, and landscaping. It is important to note that also a coastal development permit is required for the new single-family residence, as well as an attached 899 square foot accessory dwelling unit. Staff has analyzed the applicant's request with respect to the city's development standards, including the general plan policies, and has found that it conforms also with the zoning code and the design review guidelines, and it also complies with the coastal development permit criteria, and the findings can be made. Additionally, as outlined in the staff report, the findings can be made for the request for additional covered parking and also to exceed the maximum building site coverage, which is approximately 1% over the required, which is 35. As outlined in the staff report, the main residence has been designed as a 1-story structure, and this is consistent with the existing neighborhood pattern of development. And this will also continue to preserve privacy and views. Further, the 4-car garage is set back approximately 58 feet from the front property line, and it's accessed from motor court, which would not be visible from the street. So staff is recommending that the board conduct a public hearing and then by motion, adopt Resolution 25-0857 approving the requested entitlements and also finding said action exempt from CEQA. I wanted to note that the Irvine Cove Community Association also reviewed and approved the proposed project. Staff received one letter of public correspondence from a resident which resides in the adjacent community of Emerald Bay. And they had some concerns related to the excess building site coverage as well as drainage issues. And that's included as attachment 5 to the staff report. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions as well as the applicant is here and is available to respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Excellent presentation. Any questions?
I have a question for staff. Wendy, nice to see you again, by the way. For the building site coverage, I've recently learned that it's just a guideline, or am I correct on that? It's just like a ballpark guideline to stick around?
Correct. It is a guideline. So the code allows the design review board the ability to modify the building site coverage. And they, it's with the keeping in mind the preservation of views, privacy, and also to maintain compatibility with the neighborhood pattern of development.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Louis? I think
No,
we're
I'm
good.
good.
All right, I open the public hearing. Applicant, you have 5 minutes. I think you need to turn on. Is the light on?
You're on.
Chairman Gibbs, members of the board, I'm Ryan McDaniel, partner, director of design at Brandon Architects. I appreciate your time today, and for those of you for meeting us out on site or discussing the project in advance. We designed this home, and Wendy, are you able to pull up the presentation I shared? The home, as you know, is located in Irvine Cove Homeowners Association, so the guidelines and the CC&Rs for development are more restrictive than the zoning code would allow. We have created a home that we feel is compatible with the neighborhood. It's very similar to what exists here today in the sense that it's a primarily single-story residence. The motor court exists today. We are within a foot, in some cases lower than the existing residence, with exception to the ADU located at the front of the property, which is about 2 to 2.5 feet, depending on where you measure, taller than the existing structure. The lot's unique in that there's a negative drive slope in order to provide parking, which locates the home and the pad of the building pad, lower than the street. This allows us to design a home that is non-invasive to views to our neighboring properties. In fact, you can see from the rendering, our neighbor on the left-hand side of the street is elevated above our ridgeline relative to their natural grade. All in all, we are really happy to be where we're at today and appreciate your time. And we are grateful for the opportunity to be considered for approval tonight.
Thank you very much. Okay, members of the public, anyone wishing to speak, please come to the podium now. Seeing none, I return to the applicant. You have 3 minutes if you desire to use it.
I do not desire to go on and on, though I can.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions of the applicant or staff? No. With that, I close the public hearing. Who would like to begin?
I can begin, Chair. Thank you for making this a non-expedited hearing because I got to look at all the pretty pictures again.
That was my purpose.
It's nice to see this. I appreciate the quality of the design, the respect of the neighborhood. Many people would have taken advantage of this opportunity to build a big old stucco monster with lots of glary glass. And this is an impressive, beautifully designed house. I'm extremely jealous, but I'm going to leave it at that. You have reached all aspects of design review criteria, specifically neighborhood compatibility, design articulation, mass and scale, privacy, view equity, which are some of the more high profile ones. There was the question about drainage with the neighbor on Emerald Bay, but I know that you are addressing that with them and the quality of your work. And I'm certain that you'll come up with a plan there that's beneficial to both you. So I can definitely support this project, and I thank you again.
And I concur with Board Member Coveney. I'd just like to add it also meets all the criteria for the coastal development permit.
I agree with board members Coveney and Jessica.
Louis?
Yeah, I concur with my colleagues. It's design review compatible. I support the project in its entirety this evening.
And I think my colleagues have said it well. I support the project. With that said, do we have a motion?
Chair, I make a motion to approve 5.5 located at 130 Irvine Cove Place as proposed by the staff.
I second that motion.
It's nonsense. It's
I second
We're good
that.
for- Okay, we had Emir did the second. Sarah, please call the roll.
Board Member Bauta?
Yes.
Board Member Coveney?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon?
yes.
Chair Gibbs?
Yes, thank you very much and good luck on the building of your house.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we go back to 5.4. Applicant, please come to the table. The project is for 31731 Sea Cove Drive, Design Review 24-1151, Coastal Development Permit 24-1152, Variance 24-1153. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I had a site visit with David Parker and Steve Coratani.
I also had a site visit with David Parker and Steve Coratani, and I also met with the neighbors across the street. Mario Vaughn was their representative for the Everharts and the Grays, and I also met with Mr. Burke.
And I previously, first time this came around, I met with some of the neighbors.
Yeah, this is a continuance. Emir, please.
I met with Steve Kawartani, David Parker, Jim Burns, and Mario Vaughn.
Lewis?
Same as Emmer.
I met with Mr. Parker, Mr. Coratani. I met with Mario Vaughn, representing two homeowners. I met with Jim Burns, and I met with Ralph Bertolino. Heather, you're on.
Thank you. Good evening. Item 5.4 is a request for design review, coastal development permit and variance at 31731 Sea Cove Drive in the R1 zone. The project was continued from the January 9th, 2025 Design Review Board hearing, so this is the second hearing. The site consists of two lots with a 10-foot wide private road easement across the south frontage of both lots. The site is developed with a single-family dwelling, attached one-car garage on one lot, and a swimming pool and cabana on the second lot at the western portion of the site. Each lot is 60 feet wide and 40 feet deep, not including the private road easement, which does not conform to the minimum lot dimensions of the R1 zone. The applicant is proposing a conversion of the one-car garage to living area, additions totaling 641 square feet, including two new lower levels, a new 469 square foot two-car garage at the lowest level with a new driveway at the western portion of the site, elevated deck, grading, landscaping, and a new swimming pool. An attached 928 square foot two-bedroom ADU is proposed at the mid-level, which does not require design review. At the previous design review board hearing, at the direction of the board, the applicant was asked to reduce the size of the proposed elevated deck and to add screening such as silver sheen to improve privacy. The applicant has reduced the size of the elevated deck from 733 to 597.8 square feet, which is a reduction of 135.2 square feet by moving the location of the railings. The western railing wall was moved 4 feet 6 inches to the east with the corners pulled back further to 45-degree angles, which also eliminates a small deck area on the northern elevation. The landscape plan has been revised to add a hedge of Pittosporum silver sheen approximately 15 feet along the north property line to add screening. The hedge would be maintained at a height of 16 feet 4 inches, which is an elevation of 120 feet. 4 neighbors have provided written comments expressing concerns regarding the potential impact from the proposed project. Their concerns include neighborhood compatibility, privacy, and view equity, mostly as related to the proposed elevated deck. The existing residence encroaches into the required 20-foot front and 10-foot rear yard setbacks. As stated, the applicant is requesting variances to allow the proposed additions to be constructed within the setbacks. This will match the setbacks of the existing structure. A variance is also requested to allow the structure to encroach into the required additional building setback area. And lastly, a variance is requested to allow a swimming pool to be constructed within the front yard setback area. And the orange area on this slide shows the actual building envelope that's allowed without the variances. Staff believe that all findings can be made to grant the variance requests. Staff is also recommending the addition of a condition of approval to require the private access driveway to be increased from 8 feet to 10 feet in width pursuant to Municipal Code Section 25.52.008I2. If the Design Review Board determines that the project is consistent with the design criteria and finds that all findings can be made, then it is recommended that the board adopt Resolution 24-1151, approving the Design Review Coastal Development Permit and variance applications with the addition of the condition as noted, and finding said action exempt from CEQA. This concludes our presentation, available for any questions.
Any questions of staff? Real quick, Heather, just explain briefly what the condition is exactly that you're proposing, widening the,
The driveway as shown is 8 feet wide, and it needs to be 10 feet wide pursuant to our code. So it's a little hard to see on the, there we go. You can see it.
so is that at the entrance you're talking?
Yeah,
making
at
it
the
10 feet?
entrance from where it connects to the private road and goes down into the driveway area. It just needs to be widened by 2 feet.
Thank you. With that, I open the public hearing. Applicant, you have 5 minutes.
Got a-
Good evening, board members. I'm David Parker, the architect for this project. I'm here with my clients, Joseph Prainer and Mitchell Friedman. And thank you for taking the time to meet with us. And thanks as well to staff for all their work. We've met with the neighbors numerous times and we've observed the views from to and from the properties. We've listened to their concerns. So tonight I want to talk about the modifications we've made in response to the concerns. Could I have the next slide, please? This slide shows the reductions we made to the deck in response to the neighbors on the board.
I think you have the wrong
Not this
slide.
one, but the next one. Yes. The yellow area is the reduced deck, 598 square feet down from 733. The corner is clipped to better avoid Mr. Burns' sight lines coming from his house and his deck. Next slide. This image compares the existing usable outdoor areas with the proposed. The combined elevated decks and on-grade decks and patios are 2278 square feet. Our proposed 598 square foot deck is the only usable area and is only a quarter of what is existing. Next. This image shows the existing elevated areas, including the terrace off the great room and a raised deck below. The combined existing elevated areas are 659 square feet, which is 61 square feet more than what we are proposing at 598 square feet. Next. This image shows the existing elevated terrace, which is 470 square feet. The pole on the left is the great room extension. Next. Another view of this existing terrace, which is 470 square feet. We are asking to move this area out with the addition and enlarge it slightly to make up for the loss of the existing usable areas. The other raised deck is below and to the right. Next. This is a view of the existing pool, activity areas, and the lower deck. These are the areas that are being given up for the sake of having a garage and an ADU and landscaping on the property. Next. Our survey of the area revealed 8 elevated decks larger than ours, ranging from 716 to 1698 square feet. Ours is 598 square feet. Homes are typically on small lots with reduced setbacks and close proximity to each other. We happen to be on a double lot, which I believe justifies a slightly larger deck. Next. We are proposing a row of silver sheen trees to replace the existing ficus on the north side, which provides a visual screen for Mr. Burns. These trees will be 6 feet above the deck surface. On the other side is a row of podocarpus in front of the pool, at the railing height to the midpoint of the pool and at the deck level beyond, to provide privacy on Seacoast. It should be noted that our proposed deck has been described by some as a party deck. The term party deck is often used to mischaracterize the use of decks and create a false impression. The owners wish to use the proposed deck for outdoor dining, to access the pool, and to enjoy sunset views, but not for entertainment or parties. The Sea Cove area has a pattern of development of small lots, reduced setbacks, and narrow streets. This results in many homes very close to one another. Most of these homes enjoy decks for outdoor living and the enjoyment of fine weather and the views of the ocean. It is unreasonable in such a community to expect complete privacy and complete mitigation of noise and views to and from these properties. We believe we have taken all reasonable steps possible to address these concerns. We've also been encouraged to achieve equity among neighbors regarding privacy. Equity does not mean zero impact, but it means that there is a balance between the applicant's right to reasonably develop their property and the right of neighbors to reasonably maintain their views and privacy. In other words, give and take should be expected to be fair to all concerned. We believe that our proposed project has achieved such an equity. Thank you, and I look forward to your comments.
Okay, at this time, members of the public can come up and speak. Come to the podium now. You have 3 minutes each.
Good
Oh, yeah,
evening. My
begin
name
by
is-
stating your name and if you'd like the address so we know where you are.
Good evening. My name is Jim Burns. I live at 31672 Sea Bluff Lane, which is directly north and adjacent to the project.
Speak more directly into the microphone, please.
Is this better?
Yeah. You can pull it down.
Well, I appreciate the applicant's steps towards ameliorating the concerns and problems that were noticed at the last DR meeting. It falls short of what the neighbors and I were actually expecting. Discussions were had about pulling the western projection of the deck back substantially. Some made reference to 50% or more. And he pulled it back from 35 feet to 30.4 feet, a 13% reduction. That's not the substantial we were looking for. And that westward projection is what causes a lot of the problems with this deck, including the noise, activity, privacy intrusion, acoustic intrusion. And to give you an idea, in my particular case, my main concern is privacy, including into my master bedroom, and I will say is including to my bedside. Those of you who came to my house could see the red string line with the blue flag at the foot of my bed. If privacy protection means anything, it means people shouldn't be building roof decks that can allow direct sight lines into someone's bedroom and bed. And in this case, that exists. Here it is. This was taken but a few feet from my bed, master bedroom deck. This is the northwest corner of the deck. You can see it clearly. The silver sheen is represented by this 15-foot purple stretch here. It stops at that black flag and it begins at this yellow flag. You can see all of this northwestern corner is exposed. And when this ficus tree is removed, I'm convinced there's also going to be view intrusions from the southwest portion of this deck. It's 15 feet, the deck is 15 feet in the high, and this privacy sheen does little to avoid it being a party deck, and that's what it is. With the jacuzzi pool, waterfall fire pit and large size, you just have to walk down Sea Cove, you can see it. Worse yet, I discovered in this last go around that from this yellow flag forward, all of this privacy screen, the applicant is intending to eliminate and put floor to ceiling view windows that stretch 11.6 feet wide and peer over my deck and literally every room on the western side of my home. You can see my bathroom, my bedroom, everything from the view windows. On the other side is what? His great room is right here. And they will be looking directly into my private areas of my home. For that reason, I oppose it, and I think there
Your
are
time's up,
solutions.
Mr. Burns. Thank you for your comments. Next.
Good evening. My name is Mike Gray. I live directly across Sea Cove from the property. If you look at the picture in your staff report and you see the swimming pool, my house is the one immediately across the street. I want to point out that all of the adjacent homeowners are here tonight, I believe, and they're all opposed to the deck, okay? You mentioned, I'm going to go through some of these things quickly. I've been out of the country. I wasn't able to prepare. I was originally told the meeting was going to be in June. There's a mention that this is going to be exempt from CEQA on the basis that there's only minor alterations and negligible expansion. I find it hard to believe that 3,000 square feet is a negligible expansion, okay? Going on to the MIG issue, which for me, which is privacy. I want to give you a little bit of a feel. My bedroom is approximately no further than from me to you. And that deck they're proposing will be up there. And that deck will be the size of a small one-bedroom apartment. Now, they say they're not going to use it. They just said they're not going to use it for entertainment and stuff like that. Well, then they don't need it, okay? And they had also originally talked about a jacuzzi and a pool and a fire pit. Now, does that sound like just dining outside? No, it talks like an area where they're going to have parties and stuff. And that will make it, in other words, they're going to look directly into my master bedroom. And I would like to ask you if any of you would like that next door to you, okay? So I'm asking you to consider that, okay? The impact to me was not even mentioned in the staff report. I'm going to talk a little bit about the view equity. This one, they have existing very good views comparison with for example, the people behind me, the Eberhards. The Eberhards are going to lose the majority of their view. And what you're doing here is giving them a benefit and taking it from them. And I think that is not the intention of what a design review is supposed to do in terms of balancing equity. There are two other issues that are not mentioned in, and I know a little bit why, but they're adding a 2-bedroom ADU. In addition to this, included in this 3,000 square feet, they are not adding any parking, okay? I understand that has a little bit to do with the ADU, but there really was a 2-car garage there. They're saying it's a 1-car garage. They're going to replace 2 spaces, and they're going to add another 2 units. The only other thing I would like to add is they haven't mentioned about construction. You put a concrete truck on there, and I have no way to get to my house. Finally, I am a developer. I am been very involved in projects, large projects, getting them improved, and so I'm very knowledgeable about how people try to object to properties. We would like to come to a deal. We're not. Our company never has any litigation because
Your time is up.
Okay. I would just suggest that you listen to the neighbors and they come and try to make a deal that would be good. If they aren't going to use it,
your time's up. Thank you for your comments. Next.
I'm sorry. Hello, I'm David Rowan. I live at 31673 Sea Cove Drive, directly behind the subject property to the east. I've resided there for over 38 years now, so I'm pretty familiar with the area. Our street is a tiny street. It often gets very congested, especially since the city added a public parking lot at the top of the street. We have traffic that goes up and down. The concerns of my neighbors of congestion and view equity and of the privacy issue. The privacy issue for me personally isn't really a factor because I am behind them. However, congestion has been a problem on this street ongoing, and I feel that not adding additional parking for a 600 square foot deck, I assume that there are going to be people on that deck, and this seems to be an issue. Also, adding additional trees to help aid the privacy of the other neighbors would be directly in front of my house. And currently, the trees that are there aren't maintained, they're overgrown. I've spoken to the homeowner regarding this probably a year ago, and the trees just keep growing. So I have concerns about this new screen for privacy just ending up going up and up and up and causing more invasion into the views of the neighbors. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers? After this gentleman, are there any other speakers? Are you the last?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Council members, Chair Gibbs, I'm speaking for the Everharts, 31674 Seacliff Drive. As you guys know, thank you all for coming down and taking a look at the property. We've got a really narrow little street. It's, you know, it was all county long ago, and it's congestion. Parking is an issue down there, and parking's an issue. Anyway, to the size of the deck, my client feels invaded by the size of the deck. The proposed swimming pool that they're proposing actually has seating facing back at our picture window, that they're going to be people sitting in the pool looking back at my clients in their living room. Furthermore, we're concerned about this. We'd like to pull it back, like the council requested back in January. You know, pull it back, pull it way back. I think that was some of the verbiage that was explained to them. Furthermore, the fire pit seems intrusive because you're going to have a shimmering glare from into the windows, and my clients are going to be able to walk out, you know, because the deck is right in their face. I think you've all been down there, and I respect you guys' opinion on what you guys do, and I'm pro builder. I'm a builder as well, and I've built homes in the community, but it just seems excessively in size. You could put a helicopter on it, as I talked to some of the board members, but I appreciate all of you for coming down, and the guy in the sky as well. He was great to talk to as well. So I thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gould.
Okay, with that, I turn it back to the applicant for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. And we have met with all the neighbors and we have observed their views. We have tried to make reasonable responses. And as I mentioned before, in an area like this where the houses are so close together, having reduced setbacks, having substandard lots, having narrow streets between them, it's impossible to protect everyone's views and everyone's privacy 100%. I feel like the privacy trees that we're proposing will go a long way to doing that. I also feel like that the deck is a reasonable size compared to other decks in the area. As I mentioned, we found 8 decks in very close proximity, which were larger than our deck. And some of these decks are visible from our property as well. And as a matter of fact, the existing terrace that we have already looks into the windows right now. So it's just the nature of a very dense beach community. People that live in areas like this have a right to enjoy outdoor living. It's part of something that beach cities, particularly Laguna Beach, have as a something that is an aspect of enjoyment. And the project also has benefits to the neighborhood, including moving the garage down below and providing more parking, more landscaping across the front, replacing that really ugly wall, and also creating more open space. Some of the trees are going to be removed or trimmed down, which will likely open up views for people. Regarding construction, there are places that we can park and minimize the impact to the neighborhood during construction. We're also amenable to suggestions of the board as to things that we might do to help the neighbors out a little bit more if it's possible. Look forward to your comments.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant?
Question. Would you be amenable for condition of approval to have height limits on the landscaping, on the privacy landscaping, the hedges?
Dimensions of the landscaping?
Just conditions of approval to cap them at height limits?
I'm sorry, Jessica, I couldn't quite understand the last thing you said.
Or would you be amenable to height limit conditions for the trees?
Yes. Yeah, we would be amenable to that. Yeah.
That's my
question. MJ?
Yeah, I have a question. When you were designing the home, did you take into consideration extending the home out more and with the, more bifold doors or whatever, those cool Catalina doors, whatever sliders, in order to extend the interior to provide an indoor-outdoor aspect?
Well, my clients were very specific. Joseph is an interior designer. He's a design professional. And they were very specific in directing me to give them a modest addition for economic reasons and just because they don't want to take the house, which is already very small, and make it into something large. We didn't try to go up. We didn't try to go out farther. We actually, our program is actually going down. It's a one-level house now, and we're going down, and the site slopes downward, so the garage is at the bottom. So We just were trying to balance the addition with the indoor-outdoor enjoyment.
Okay, great. And the coverage for the patio, because that'll be a hot box. What is your plan to cover that? Are you going to awning it, umbrella it, sails? Have you looked at what your options are there in order to protect?
Coverage of the patio? We haven't discussed that, but we're open to discussing it, sure.
I've got,
Nothing's
Okay.
proposed at this time.
Sorry?
I said no, no awnings are proposed at this time.
Correct.
Right.
I've got a question pertaining to the north elevation, the proposed north elevation at the upper level. It appears in the elevation, there's about 4 or maybe even 5 glass windows that are shown. Is the proposed new vegetation going to cover those windows, or is the idea that there's going to be visibility through those windows?
That's a good question, and we spent some time looking at that this week. We are amenable to having part or most of the windows facing the side frosted. We're amenable to maintaining the existing row of trees there, or if that's not possible due to construction, we're amenable to replacing them to screen it and provide Mr. Burns with privacy as well.
Let me ask, because that was my question too. If you could pull up your landscape, and then you can resume your question, but since you're on it, pull up your landscaping plan that we looked at during your subject that showed the trees. I mean, this obviously raised by Mr. Burns' chart showing windows looking directly into his backyard and rooms.
We don't have a view.
Do you, hold a second, because I want to think about what you're talking about here in terms of mitigating that privacy concern. And I appreciate
Something we can
this is
do
what I
there.
was talking
We can
about
do
up here.
something there.
Yeah, so the edge of the house, this is where the windows start.
Okay, so
Sorry.
if you could blow this up, please, Heather. The green at the north elevation or north side of the, there we go. So the way I understand it, your landscaping stops before really the house begins. So all of those windows, which is rather substantial, would all be looking into Mr. Burns' backyard, right? And so your proposal, you would be willing to extend the trees or the landscaping all the way back and to frost all the windows on that side?
We could do that. Is there any reason why we couldn't do that?
I'm not understanding what windows he's talking about. What windows?
You're talking about the windows at the stairwell.
Oh, at the stairwell.
Yeah.
Well, if it goes back, if you look at the elevation that we can go back to that, it shows quite a bit of windows on that side at the upper story.
Sheet A9.
Yeah, go back to sheet A9. I think we have some concerns about this, obviously, so I want to make sure I understand what you're willing to do.
We've discussed the possibility of frosting those windows to the extent that our view isn't impacted, and the windows that are closest to the fence there at the stairwell, it doesn't appear that there's any view loss if we were to
There
do that.
It's sheet A-201. It strikes me, David, that those are view windows. Those were designed to be view windows. They're big windows.
Yeah.
The problem is that no one thought about it looking into Mr. Burns' backyard, which means that would need to be changed. I'm actually, because I'm not deliberating, I'm saying, what are you proposing to address his privacy concerns? I think you indicated frosting and landscaping. So are you
Frosting,
talking about
definitely.
frosting all of those windows at the upper story?
Does he know there's a?
We'll get it up here in a second.
Yeah, it's windows denoted by numbers 3 and 4 on sheet A9.
Yep.
A9.
About like, the windows right here.
Yeah, you can see them in the upper elevation. There's just a ton of windows there, and I'm looking at your colored elevations, and I can see it there as well.
Could we have a moment to powwow?
Yeah.
And- You want-
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
Oh, we're good.
He's got to have, there's too many rooms there. It needs to be
Oh, then
protected.
maybe arrange then to protect
Right.
views.
So I'm not sure we can do that tonight. I'm interested in your thoughts on that when we get to deliberations.
Chair, I might suggest we just this going.
No, go ahead. I want to hear Mr. Parker's response. Go ahead.
Thanks for the time to discuss this. We're willing to extend a hedgerow, a tall hedgerow, sufficient to protect Mr. Burns from looking into his property, all the way back to cover all that glass.
But you're not willing to frost the glass?
So we're willing to do that as well.
To frost all the second-story glass?
Just the windows that are facing his property.
That's what we're looking at. We're looking at the.
Yeah,
I
that are
think it's
closest to his.
North
here.
elevation.
Can you describe those windows?
North elevation windows with the notes 3 and 4.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Or first of all, Mr. Boucher, do you have any more?
I do have one more question pertaining to the fireplace. Some neighbors raised concerns about it being toward the front of the house. Would you be amendable to it being closer toward the house with obviously taking into safety concerns?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Would you be amendable to relocating the fireplace slightly closer to the house so that it maintains privacy between the neighbors to the south?
Relocating the fire pit,
Fire pit.
on the deck?
Not a permanent fire.
It has to be 10 feet from the structure, I think, right?
Yeah, 10 feet from the structure. That's right.
How far is it? The more?
We'll eliminate the fire.
Okay, we're willing to eliminate the fire pit.
Eliminate, you said?
Okay.
To eliminate the fire pit? Okay.
All righty. Any other questions, Mr. Bauta?
The seating for the new pool, I think one of the neighbors raised a concern about it being toward the visibility location from their bedroom. Would you be open to adjusting the location away from where visible when seated?
I think they proposed privacy hedges, right? That's the
On the south side?
silver sheen.
Private.
The silver sheen? Yeah, that's what the silver sheen is proposed for. Oh, my computer just went kaput.
Yeah, so from looking at that site plan with the landscaping, it looked like it went all the way along the pool area. Is that correct? Mr.
Yes.
Parker, we don't have in front, but the hedge goes all the way along. What is your proposed minimum and maximum height for that hedge along the pool side facing the alley?
We're proposing that, and it does, you're correct, it does go along the entire length of the pool. We're proposing that from the midpoint of the pool back to the house, that those trees can grow up to the height of the deck railing, and from the midpoint towards the ocean at the level of the deck. There could be some flexibility there as well.
That's great. Thank you, David.
Any other questions?
Chair.
Wait, Mr. Wild, I just want to make sure Mr. Bowd is
Yeah.
finished. I think he is.
Oh.
All right, Louis, go ahead.
Sorry, I thought you were asking that across the board.
No, I know.
So my question did pertain to the driveway access, as I asked staff that question earlier in the week. What was the minimum? Right now, it was drawn at 8 feet. I appreciate the condition. I do think it does need to be at 10 feet, but I also think that there needs to be kind of more the triangle access towards the alley that allows for an easier ingress and ingress. And it's a common thing amongst driveways. I think that needs to be incorporated. Right now, I think you have plantings, but whether you do that with like a DG and a brick thing, I think that needs to be incorporated to make what is a difficult street more accessible into that down and around turn to get into your driveway. So are you following me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We
Okay.
got you.
Yeah, so that's what I'd like to see in the design from the access component.
Okay, any other questions?
I actually have one more. Sorry about that. I'm struggling with the Pittosporum silver sheen for a couple reasons. I know that plant probably is not as well as you, Steve, but it's a finicky plant. It's lovely, but it's also drippy. I feel like to get 6 feet above the floor of the deck there is going to make this, they barely get to 16 feet. And when they do, they're thin and they just can't hold up. They lose sections in the middle. It's just not that hardy for it. If you keep it at an 8-foot hedge, it's what you want. But when you get into 16 feet, you're running into trouble and it will become an issue, I feel. And I don't want to deliberate. So I guess my question is, would you and have you considered, especially with the size of this deck, is preparing on the deck itself some sort of flower box around the decking on each side specifically, not necessarily in the front, because I don't think on the west side you have any issue there, of something that from deck up, you would have something 6 feet in height?
So MJ, I'm pretty confident if the Pittosporum silver sheen is topped, it'll stay thick. But if the board prefers, there are other plants like a ficus or the podocarpus again. The problem with putting a planter box to the side of the patio is that it can only be of X amount of depth. And at some point, the roots are going to overwhelm the size of that box. So I would prefer some kind of screening barrier provided by planting to be in the ground rather than in a pot. So if you would prefer a different species of a hedge, there are literally dozens that we can put there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. The other concern I have is the actual reality of the height needing to only be 16 to get to be 6 feet above deck from the grading down below where the garage is. Looking at the height of the garage, looking at the height of the second floor, and then going up. My math doesn't come out to that. Now, I might be wrong. I don't know if someone has a better, I'd have to go back to your plan. I wrote it down somewhere, but now I can't find it. So I'm not seeing that making it. And I mean, I kind of like the idea of that hedge being there because it breaks up all the concrete and homes around. It kind of softens that whole area down there. But I'm struggling with that. And I just wanted more clarity on the reality of what your height is and where we're at there.
Okay.
Because it's going to become a neighborhood thing and then it's going to come back to the city with constant, code violation.
Right. This is a really important issue because, and we haven't deliberated this, but we need to make sure in your proposal, and I need to hear your comments of the confidence, because I don't know these plants one from the other, that the height of these screens, you're calling them yourself screens, are sufficient to block the deck areas from looking into Mr. Burns' backyard, and also from protecting the houses, the areas across the street. And I'm kind of not hearing it either. I'd like your idea of 6 feet above. What can you do to kind of satisfy us that your
May I make a
proposal includes
suggestion?
that?
We can condition of approval that they put in mature trees.
Absolutely. I think that's a great idea. But the trees you're putting in, will they be robust all the way up to, say, 6 feet above the deck?
Well, that's certainly what we want to achieve. And Steve is the landscape architect. So we would look to him to recommend a species that would be dense enough to adequately block views to and from the property.
Robust.
Well, I'm looking at your plan here and I see 25 feet, I think, from the bottom of the garage, the finished floor of the garage to approximately maybe 2 feet above the railing, and it's 25 feet.
Well, if you look at the site plan adjacent to where those trees are, I saw an elevation of 103.5. That's where the trees are going to be planted. The surface of the deck is about 114. and 6 feet above that is 120. So, and if you subtract,
That's
you
18
get
above?
16 and a half feet.
16.
Can you look at, and maybe Mayor.
What plan?
This is you're stronger in this world than I am, but the A11 document that shows the finished floor of the garage, which I'm assuming, is it subterranean? Is it down underneath grade?
Yes. yeah.
How far down?
It's the
Is it
floor
really
of the
right
ADU is essentially adjacent to the walkway on the side yard. So yeah, the garage is all the way down.
So the finished floor of the garage hits a walkway, which hits the grass, which means the trees will grow from there.
I'm sorry, say that last thing again.
I think the garage is under subterranean vis-a-vis the alley, right?
Yeah,
The grade for the alley where it's going, the trees are going to be planted are,
Where from the finished floor will the trees be planted of the garage?
yeah.
I believe the ceiling of the garage is 8 feet, and then the floor is another foot. So we're looking at approximately
Ceiling is
9 feet
7.2,
from the
yeah.
finished floor. Maybe a little less because there's a slight offset, a step down from the ADU.
Yeah, but it's hard for me to believe that the side wall of the garage isn't going to meet the ground level
Well, I believe
where the
that we
plant
show
will
it
be.
should be, it should show in a section that we cut there.
So from what I can tell, it looks like that planter is slightly elevated, David. Does that sound right?
Say that again, sorry.
It appears that the planter to the north is slightly elevated. You got a top of wall elevation about 107, 107.45, 110 at the high location.
The planter where we're proposing to plant the silver sheen or some screen tree is at the grade level. It's not elevated out of grade. I'm trying to answer MJ's question and you know, get the right numbers. I'm looking for I think I have a section cut through there or an elevation.
Mr.
or
Gibbs,
something.
if I may, I apologize for interruption here, but it appears that the finished floor of the deck is about 114.05 based on the plans that I'm reading.
Yeah.
I may be really close to that. And I think if you're looking for screening in front of that next to the street, I thought I heard 6 feet above the deck.
6 feet above the deck, so it would need to go to 120.05.
Okay, so when you
Or
go,
120.05.
when you go to the landscape plan, there are two height callouts. that are-
is the page?
One zone is at 117.5, and then the other one is at 113.
What's the page? Is
I'm
it
sorry,
a
that's the
whole page?
landscape plan L1.
Let me get to it.
If you zoom into the,
Okay, I've got it.
you see the row of trees there, and you'll see the text that's in the street actually showing maintained trees in this zone at elevation 117.5, and then there's another zone at 113. And so if you're looking to have it 6 feet above that deck, you would want it to be
120 point.
basically 120.05. So that could be a change to the landscape
I-
plan fairly easily.
I think that answers that question.
So are we good with what they have proposed here?
Yeah, over 6 feet.
Over 6 feet from deck?
Yeah, we haven't deliberate. I think
I'm
we're
just making,
getting
okay.
parameters.
All right, assuming that's accurate.
Okay, any other questions?
If the board would indulge me, I originally selected the plants so they wouldn't go too high, right? And so MJ is correct. As they start reaching their maximum, they're going to probably get a bit more wispy. So why don't we say, particularly on Mr. Burns's side, we'll change the hedge to a Prunus caroliniana, which can reach 25, 30 feet, but is very comfortable being kept between 12 and 16. And it's extremely thick and has good tolerance to salt air. So we'll change those plants on that side.
What was the name
What
of
is
that
the name of the
plant?
plant?
Pardon me?
Can you repeat the name of the plant?
Sure. Prunus caroliniana, Carolina cherry.
Oh, okay, Carolina cherry.
I found the section I was looking for. It's on sheet A11. Maybe Heather
Oh.
could pull that up. It shows the garage. It's cut through the garage perpendicular to the property line, and it shows where the garage is in relationship to the grade on either side. It's surrounded on three sides, on one side by a pool, on the back side of the garage is underground. And then on the right side, it's also underground. So if you could look at the sections on sheet A11, I think that'll answer the question. If you want to pull
Okay.
that up.
I'm ready.
Mr. Rudd.
Yeah, I think we're good on that. I don't think we need to see it. I think we've got a
Okay.
good handle on that. All right, so any other questions? Louis, anybody? Okay, with that, I close the public hearing, and I'm sensing that Jess, you'd like to begin.
I could start on this one.
Go ahead.
I thought this was approvable the first time around. I was fine with all of it, with the landscape plans. With the current reductions, it's even more approvable. I didn't find any privacy issues when I visited Mr. Burns' house the first time. Of course, you can see each other if he stands out on his deck, but when I was in his bedroom, with the trees, the plants that are currently there, and then you're only going to replace them with bigger and better trees. Privacy concerns, there have been no issue there. There wasn't any privacy concerns that I could see or detect with the other neighbors to the south side. And then for the other board members that commented, I believe that you followed their direction by reducing the deck roughly 5 feet, because it was just a shaving, I think I recall one board member mentioning. I think this project, it's modest in its nature. It's a modest remodel. It's a modest sized deck, and it improves your right to enjoy outdoor living space. And I think all the objective findings can be made for the design review criteria in the coastal development permit, and I'm ready to support this project. And I support staff's findings for the variance as well. Those are my comments.
All right, Mr. Bauta, would you?
Oh, and based on the information this evening, I have a bunch of little notes. I can, with the conditions of approval stated throughout, and I'll run through those lists when we get to that point.
Mr. Bauta?
Yes, thank you. I agree with most of Chair Member Gannon's comments. The items that we discussed previously requiring the opaqueness of those windows, I think, are a necessity for privacy, to maintain privacy. I'm also open to it being additional vegetation along that elevation as an option. Either one would suffice. And then, yeah, I would say that's probably the main item. So,
Okay, MJ?
I might take some time. I'm sorry. So I'm struggling a little with the project. I will tell you that. I wasn't here on the first round, so this is my first time seeing it. I know the variance has been supported by staff with some pushback for us to look at privacy and view equity. I don't think there's a view equity specific issue. View equity to me is super blockage of a view like the ocean or the canyon views. I see this as a privacy issue from all parties that were here and spoke tonight. It's a fishbowl in that little area. And if it's all, to me, site specific, these decks this is a very large deck, but it's fine if it's in the right site and it doesn't get everybody's view. So not only are you looking at them, but they're looking at you. So it's sort of goes both ways. When you're asking for a variance for kind of an active area that's going to impede their privacy, even though I get why you want the variance, I mean, it's a very limited lot, you can still have extended your house and made your deck a kind of more of a standard deck with a table, a lounge area, a grill area, and it's the pool that's really kind of driving this, because you need that, you want that, and it's an elevated pool, which is cool and everything, but again, I have to weigh your right to build and their right to maintain their quality of privacy. So, the hedging, I feel like, is a relatively good solution, but I'm still not trusting the quality of that hedging, and I'm concerned about that becoming an issue down the road. So privacy, I still think could potentially be an issue. I'm going to speak because sometimes it takes me a minute to get all this clear in my head, and I want to hear what Louis has to say too, because he's much more experienced in this world. But I do see it as a fishbowl. I do see it as the hedging will not completely protect privacy for the Everharts and the Grays. I do think it will for the Burke side, and also by doing your opaquing of the windows. That's going to take care of that. But when you walk to the end of that deck and look back, not that that's going to be a regular thing, when you're down at that end, it is going to be sitting, leaning, looking. It's the natural thing to do, is kind of look up and look back. So I don't think privacy has been fully achieved yet, even with the opportunity to mitigate some of that with hedging. I appreciate you making the change to the from Pittosporum to the cherry, because I do think that will, it does have I don't know what it does to the rooting world and what that does to the street when it grows. Like ficus can be a real disaster with plumbing and such. So my hope is that that's not an issue. When you start building this deck with GAC umbrellas, you know, I don't know if you're surfboards, you know, it becomes a whole nother room. That's the thing. Again, I just don't think that this hedging is going to mitigate that completely.
That's personal property.
Yeah.
Yeah.
MJ has the floor.
Yeah.
And when you make this deck another room, which is how to me it's reading, I have a concern with that. Also, I'm hoping the fire department is approving all this type of trees so close together. I didn't get that question in earlier. Let me see, variance. Yeah, that's really the big thing. I think if you brought the deck back 5 feet, I know that would kill, I don't know what that does to your pool and hot tub. That would be, it feels like it's just a chunk too far. I know that's not a technical term, but it's just slightly too large, and it's feeling like a room, and it would be okay if you had the hedging. But as long as that is somewhat shrunk down, it also limits some of the other GAC that will go on there that will become a visual impairment to the neighbors, which I think you can't cover all with hedging. I hope that makes sense. And I'm reserving my right to hear the other board members before I comment on my approval.
I would like to make an extra comment.
Let's hear from
Okay.
Lewis, and then I'm going to, because I think this is one where I'm going to ask every board member to keep an open mind until you hear everyone's comments, and then we'll do another round of comments, because I want to make sure everybody gets the benefit of other people's views before we start making decisions and motions. Lewis, you're up.
All right. So, you know, I appreciate the board's prior comments at the prior hearing. I apologize for not being there at the January hearing. But seeing this for the first time, I'm seeing it with fresh eyes. And, you know, I think the bones of this project have a good nature to them. And there's a lot of good elements to designing in this really kind of compressed, condensed, constrained lot. So I am supportive of the variances and most of the staff report findings. I think it really just, for me today, I think there's just enough stuff, and I'll go through my list, that I want to give the applicant an opportunity to just clean up the plans and head towards a right approval, because I think we're really close. But I do think we do need to hear this as a continued item, just so it can all be cleaned up, understood, and to the benefit of both the applicant and the neighbors. My issues are, I do think the deck does need a further reduction. I do think, as board member Coveney was talking about, reducing it to where the pool ends, I think is a fair and equitable space. I know the applicant team put forward, you know, their outdoor usable space and the reduction, but in that calculation, he didn't really consider that the driveway is still usable space, and that does create, you know, it's a pavered area that could still be utilized by this property owner. I do appreciate staff's recognition of the 10-foot driveway, as I mentioned in the questions. I do think that needs to be redrawn and re-put in here, so it doesn't need to be a condition. I do think that the triangle, the access triangle as it meets the alley, needs to be incorporated into this design due to the narrowness of the alley. I think that's just truly to the benefit of the applicant to make ingress and egress so much easier. I live at a property that has a very difficult driveway for backing into and up, that, you know, these inches matter, and I think it's really to your benefit to take a second look at that. As far as the landscaping issues, completely agree that it does need a little bolstering. I appreciate Steve Cortani's efforts to kind of add that cherry laurel component, or a denser denser foliage and the right kind of planting so the tree can mature and do the right screening. I appreciate the applicant's willingness to frost those windows over the staircase access, as I do think that would create a lighting and glare and a potential privacy issue to the north side of that property. And I'd like to see that incorporated into the plan set. As for the deck, if it is reduced to that size, I think it is comparable to the neighborhood. Privacy on deckings is a two-way street. It is limited privacy, I think, in some regards, especially in these condensed areas. You can see your neighbors, the neighbors can see you in the current conditions. So that that allows me to support the elevated pool in this location and the elevated outdoor space to be there as we clean up this program. But for me, I'm fairly much appreciative of the discussion that the board's had. I'd like to see it incorporated, buttoned up, and we move this forward to a clean approval at a next hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Wild. Okay, let me give my comments and then we'll throw it back to the other members of the board. Yeah, I was at the meeting and we made it, or I thought, very clear that that deck needed a substantial reduction. Particularly, and what we were talking about was the length of the deck. And what you did is what I think a modest, maybe a minor reduction in length, and then you to kind of bolster the number, you took some of the deck off of the side. I think it needs, I'm looking at what Louis was talking about and, bringing the deck back to the beginning of the pool. It's a very large pool, which I think also, given it's an elevated pool, should be reduced in size. But I think the deck is out of character for the neighborhood, for that street. I walked up and down Sea Cove. There's no deck remotely approaching that size. I think it's one reason why David's chart doesn't show a deck there approaching that size. It is, I think, by double the size of an appropriate deck at that height. It's different having a deck there, which creates privacy concerns, noise concerns, which is also a privacy issue, than having a backyard that's down below, which is much more protective, both sound-wise and visually-wise. So where I am is a more substantial reduction than I'm hearing from other board members. I would reduce it in half. That said, I think more of a reduction is in order. With respect to the landscaping, I agree with MJ's comments that this is a fishbowl. And while decks are do create some privacy issues, this size of the deck in this location, even at half its size, creates significantly greater privacy issues for the neighbors, which is one reason why you got, I think, a lot of neighborhood complaints, which I visited them. I think they're legitimately felt. Reducing the deck significantly reduces the privacy concerns. If the direction is to reduce it less than I would like to see, it just increases the privacy concerns. That said, I appreciate the applicant's willingness to do what it takes to make those privacy concerns be addressed, including a screen going 6 feet above the deck and frosting the windows on Mr. Burns' side. I would require those two things at a minimum. I think it should come back to address, to really, see maximal deck reduction. And I'd be interested to see whether I moved any of my other board members to push for at least 10 feet back on that deck. And to come back with, I think Mr. Cartani indicated that the trees that were proposed in the original landscape plan were not sufficient to provide the kind of privacy that we're talking about here. To come back with a landscape plan that shows the trees that are going to be planted, both to protect Mr. Burns' side, and I would want not either or, I'd want glazed windows plus landscaping, just to make sure that his privacy is protected in the backyard. And I think the applicant was willing to do that. To come back with a well-thought-out landscaping plan on both sides with a deck reduction, and I think we would be good to go. I don't think we're talking about a lot. We would be good to go. Plus, having that in coming back would give the neighbors the opportunity to see what kind of privacy screening that's meaningful to them. And they were very concerned by the lack of that in the last set of plans. I think it could go a long way to alleviating neighbor concerns. You may even want to talk to them to show them your landscaping plans, get them to sign off. And those plans should show both a minimum and maximum height for the landscaping screen, so to give you some flexibility. So those are my comments. I'd like to see it come back with a shorter deck and a clarified landscaping plan that the neighbors can get input on. Okay, with that said, Jess, do you have some comments?
No.
I've got some comments on the deck. So it sounded like, MJ, you're leaning toward a reduction of roughly 5 feet. Does that sound about right for the front of the deck?
While she figures that
I
out.
didn't move you to go 10 feet. Are you 5 or 10 feet?
Well, I need to double check the length of the deck.
And
and
while,
where the
while she's double checking that,
If you look at A12.
Chair. Oh, okay.
If you look at A12, and Lewis, you might want to look at A12 as well. That shows what Lewis was talking about, which is moving the deck back to the edge of the pool. So I think if we have 3 votes here, and be interested in your view, Mr. Bowder, if we have 3 votes here for a shorter deck, I think we should try to give some direction as to how much shorter the deck should be, rather than kind of leave it to guess.
Is that okay for us to do?
I mean, or we can just ask the applicant if they're willing to just go redraw it and come back in a month. Because
we
if they're
can
given
always
a fair amount of
condition it next
direction.
time.
Well, I would not be happy with a 5-foot reduction. I think it needs to be.
It sounds like
Right now, only going to the pool is 4 feet 4 inches. So yes, I agree with you.
May I
Chair.
speak,
Wait,
Chair?
Yeah,
Okay.
you'll have before I
So
ask you
the deck
Wait,
doesn't create any more privacy issue than it does right now.
Here, I just wanted to hear MJ's comments.
Yeah.
How far back would you think the range be?
It's my intent to never give direction like that, but is that something, Jim, that you feel is adequate in this particular instance to get to the next round?
It's up to the board. You can provide specific direction, but I think when you do provide specific direction, you're kind of setting up a situation that if you don't like what you see when it comes back and you want to make it further, it's really hard to go back on that. So
Well, I think we've seen this twice. I'd be comfortable saying, how far is it? Can you tell, let me see if I could tell. How far is it, the deck now from the house to the edge? 22 feet, is that right? Yeah, I'm looking at total. David, I just want to make sure we have the right measurement. Is that 22 feet?
It's 20'6" wide by 30'6" deep.
30'6" deep?
Yeah, so 4 plus 22 plus 4 feet 2 inches.
The length is there.
Yeah, for me, it would have to be at least 10 feet.
So what is this number? This 4 by?
That's from here to here is 4.4.
Oh.
4 feet 4 inches. But overall deck is, I mean, think about it, gang. 30 feet plus for a deck. That's big. And particularly in the fishbowl that we have, MJ, and I'm gonna let you respond. So why don't you
I like
respond
the
before we-
privacy. I like the privacy that they're presenting. I think they're going to, due to the size of the deck, I think they're really going above and beyond with the landscaping proposal, especially since they've proposed additional coverage. They really want to make it private for them and their neighbors. I think that the deck, if we were to do a reduction, I think that 4'4" covers all the neighbors' concerns that I saw while I was out there. I don't think there could be anything further by taking it back even further. They've also agreed to remove the fire pit on their own terms. So I don't think this is a party deck. I just think they want space for outdoor space and use.
Sure.
Doesn't matter.
May I
Doesn't matter for the
answer?
party.
No, I want to deliberate on this.
I concur with Board Member Balta.
MJ, your feeling, and then I'm going to put it to you, Louis, and then we'll wrap this up.
Yeah, I see it being, I think I'm with you as far as size, Chair, and a 10-foot reduction.
Okay, Louis, what's your feeling?
I'm still going to go back to my original statement that there's a handful of things that need to be cleaned up on this project, and I think we're giving them enough direction to come back with some guidance to redraw it and get it cleaned up.
Okay, so the motion I'm going to make is I think the findings are sufficient of good faith in this to justify a third hearing. I think the direction is fairly clear. You can take the guidance you've got on moving the deck back, but it definitely needs to be moved. I think you have the guidance to, actually, before I get to the motion, I want to make a couple comments on consensus. You have guidance to move the deck back. You heard the comments from each of the board members. I think you have guidance to frost the window facing the burn side. I think you have guidance on putting in the landscape screening up to 6 feet. I'd like to see minimum and maximum with that. And to choose landscaping that would be, and I have full confidence in Steve Karatami knowing the landscaping and choosing ones that would be robust at that size. So with that, I move for.
I'm sorry to interrupt
Go
you,
ahead.
Chair. That
No,
was
feel
very
free.
well said. I just had one thing in my head that I wanted to share because I think it's really important. It doesn't matter if this is a party deck or not. The homeowner's allowed to do whatever they want on their deck. If they have children, it could be a playground. So that's really not what's driving this. What's driving this is privacy and view for privacy from especially if they have Hearts and Grace. So I just want to be clear about that. It's enjoy your home.
Yeah, that's very well said, and I concur totally.
Thank you, Adam.
I'm not moved by whether it's a party deck or not. I'm moved by how large the deck is. But all that said, we're kind of going over. But I thank you for that comment. It is a privacy issue to me, and I think it's a privacy issue to all the board members. Okay, with that said, I make a motion that we continue. Oh, I think I've already said on the record that the finding, I can make the findings of good faith and progress to justify a third hearing. And I move for a continuance. What is the date?
Well, a lot of that does depend upon what the applicant can do and when they can kind of get some plans back in. So if we just go by the normal kind of schedule that we have, if you could make the plan changes by June 4th, we can put this on July 24th.
Next available, Jim.
That would be the next available.
Okay.
I mean, otherwise, we would have to have the changes now to come in for, say, a July 10th hearing date. So I don't know how fast you can kind of come up with this, but it doesn't seem like it would take too long.
The changes are very simple, could be approved.
All right, we'll go with July 24th. So I make a motion that we move item 5.4 to to our board meeting on July 24, 2025.
And I'll second that.
Call the roll, Sarah.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
and Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Thank you, board.
Okay,
Thank you very
before the
much.
next item, we're going to take a break. 15 minutes. We're going to start in 1 minute. Bill, you want to tell the people outside we're going to start in about a minute? Thanks. All righty, I think we can call the next item, which is 5.6, and do our ex parte. The item is 495 Coral Drive, Design Review 25-0570, Coastal Development Permit 25-0569. Ex parte, please.
Ex parte, I met with Gunther Gee, Jason Papansky, Barbara Norton, Parin Sushao, and Warren Bitmead, and the project applicant Scott Schaefer.
Ms. Gannon?
I wrote down the addresses. I met with Scott Schaefer at the site, and on Caribbean Way, I visited the homes of 1511, 1510, 1505, 1504, and 1501 Caribbean Way. I also visited the home at 1485 Bounty Way.
Thank you. MJ?
Okay, I am also going to do it by addresses. I hope I've captured them all. 1501 Caribbean, 1511, 1510, 1524. I went to 1505, but they were not home. I went to 1485 Coral. I went to 1455 Bounty and 1475 Bounty.
Mr. Weil?
Yeah, I met with the applicant team, Scott. Barbara walked me through the Wycons property. Met with Melissa, Hexter, and Warren, Jason and Marilyn, Miss Shoei, and Donald and Barbara.
Thank you. I met with Mr. Schaefer, the applicant. I met with Brandon Sharp, Gunther Gee, and his wife, Malie Gee, Jason Paransky, Barbara and Dave Norton, Theodore Mowry, Warren Bedmead, Melissa Hexter, and Sue Shoei, I believe you pronounced the name. With that, can we have the staff report?
Yes, so item 5.6 is for a project at 1495 Coral Drive. It's design review for the new single-family home and two-car garage, as well as associated grading, retaining walls, hardscape, and landscaping. There is a coastal development permit as well, and that's because it's a new single-family home in the non-appealable area of the coastal zone. The project site is located here between Caribbean Way and Tahiti. There's an existing single-family home on the property that would be demolished for the new single-family home. And staff did receive several letters in support and opposition. The opposition is in regards to view equity. And so staff recommends that the board approve the project if they can make the findings for view equity. That concludes my presentation.
Any questions of staff? No, with that, I open the public hearing. Applicant, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, board. My name is Scott Schaefer. I am here with my client, Sierra Chan, tonight on her project at 1495 Coral. Board, before we get started, I first want to commend staff for putting together a really excellent staff report. I've got some slides here that I'd like to go through with you. So the first slide shows the existing house now, built in 1965. This is one of 4 homes in the neighborhood that did not burn down in the fires in 1993. My client would now like to replace this home with a new construction home. And we are proposing a simple modern craftsman style home with a soft earth tone palette that is more consistent with the pattern of development in the neighborhood. It's more complementary to the other homes. Board, we have a conforming project in front of you this evening. We're not asking for any variances, and we have letters of support from 8 or 9 neighbors this evening. On this slide here, you can see that the proposed square footage of the home is in line with the scale of development in the neighborhood, actually on the lower end on some of the other homes. And on our property here, you can see, so board, as you know, this area has special subdivision setbacks and maximum height limits assigned to these properties. The maximum height is 14 feet above curb, which is standard on all the properties. The setbacks do vary a little bit. Subject property has a more restrictive front setback than some of the other properties. But even with that being said, board, you can see that even though we're pushed back further from the street than the two adjacent neighbors, we're still in line with the pattern of development at the back of the home, both to the building footprint and to the line of the patio. There's actually an existing retaining wall that was approved back in 2017. We're not proposing any improvements beyond that existing retaining wall. Board, this is a really important exhibit I'd like to draw your attention to, please, because this shows the front elevation of our home relative to the 14-foot maximum height limit above the curb. The area shown shaded in green is the area within the building envelope that is not being utilized. And you can see that we are compatible with both of the adjacent neighbors. Board, we're actually at or below the height of the three adjacent neighbors on either side of us and the one directly behind us. And if you look at those photos down at the bottom of the page, you can see our neighbor at 1485 Coral has a gable roof that extends left to right across their property, pretty much at the height limit. The neighbor on the left at 1505 Coral has a flat roof that is above the 14-foot height limit that extends across their property. We articulated the roof design on our project into a series of shorter span slope roofs to keep the overall roof ridge elevation lower. And that actually resulted in our left to right ridge elevation being closer to 13 feet above the curb elevation directly in front of the front door. We didn't extend the gable roof across to the left like the two adjacent neighbors, so we keep that view corridor triangle on the left-hand side open. And board, there's also a couple of areas shown on both sides that are shaded in yellow of reductions of the existing structure, so there's some setback relief there being proposed. This is a list of other properties on Coral and in the immediate vicinity that are at or above the 14-foot height limit. You can see that we're compliant. There are some that are quite a bit above the 14-foot height limit and some that have been granted variances to exceed it. But board, we're not here asking for any variances this evening. We have a compliant project. And that is a map showing some of those properties. Again, the one directly to the left of us, one behind us, a couple further up the road, and then a couple in yellow that appear to be right at the 14-foot height limit. And these are photos of some of those other properties. So you can see there's a couple that are 2 stories, there's slope roofs, they're stories, but we can kind of see the pattern of development and that we're consistent at or below that. And board, we just thank you for your time this evening. We're really grateful for your time. We have a conforming project, no variances being requested tonight. Look forward to answering any questions you may have for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is now time to hear from members of the public. How many people intend to speak? Please raise your hands. Raise your hand so I can see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Maybe 7. All right. We're going to, I think I'll allow 3 minutes, but when you see the yellow per speaker, when you see the yellow light come up, conclude your remarks. I'm not going to allow people to go beyond the red, which is the 3-minute mark. There's just too many people, and we have another project that's also going to have a lot of speakers. So if you could, everyone can line up who's going to speak. I'd like to see them line up now so we can make this process go as quickly. And I'm doing that so everybody can have the full 3 minutes to talk. Go ahead. And also state everyone who's going to speak, let's get in line. And state your name and your property address. If you could, I'd appreciate that. Go ahead.
My name is Dave Whitegon. I live at 1504 Caribbean Way. My wife Joyce and I live at 1504 Caribbean Way for 59 years. For myself, I need complete 24-inch by 36-inch plan sheets to see the complete picture. I therefore ordered a complete set of plans and discovered the following. Number one, site plan does not show top of curb at side property lines or mean top of curb. Site survey plan is cut off at curb, making top of curb elevations difficult to decipher. By my calculations, mean top of curb is 662.94, plus 14 feet is 676.94, 5 inches below the highest ridge of 677.37 on the plan. Number two, the 14-foot allowed elevation is from mean top of curb, not level with the curb, and level, and does not slope with the curb, and is not guaranteed, but is subject to review. Number three, roofs have a 4 and 12 pitch, which is not necessary because the inside rooms all have flat ceilings at 10-foot maximum ceiling height, no volume ceilings. New technology in heating and cooling does not require attic space for equipment. The overall design has no mitigating factors to preserve neighbors' ocean views. A short walk around Coral, Tahiti, and Caribbean Way reveals 6 homes with roofs less than 14 feet high and 15 homes who lowered the floor below mean top of curb to achieve a 14-foot maximum roof height. Lowering 1495's finished floor 2 feet or even 4 feet below grade will not require a sump pump or affect 1495's ocean view. Therefore, the solution is to lower the finished floor for a 10-foot ceiling height with a flat roof, or lower it further for a pitched roof of, say, 3 and 12 or less. The designer said no trees at the neighborhood meeting, but in fact, there is a 14-foot high tree on the elevation and landscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. My name is Brandon Sharp, and I appreciate you having taken the time this week to come by and visit the property. I'm one of the owners at 1485 Coral, immediately to the northeast of the subject property. We own the property, my wife and I, along with our in-laws. My in-laws are who currently live in the home. By way of background, I have worked in land development and home building for the last 22 years. My wife and I also spent 19 years living in the state of Texas. My in-laws spent the better part of 50, 60 years in the state of Texas. We respect property owners' rights. I make my living in property owners' rights. I believe there's a view equity issue here that we are most concerned with. Our primary concern is the substantial impact this project will have on our southeast facing views, roughly 75 to 80% of which will be completely obstructed. Since purchasing the home in 2020, we've enjoyed expansive, unobstructed views from our kitchen, our dining room, and our living room, all 3 of those spaces being primary view spaces from within the home. These views look to the ocean and across Park Avenue toward the hills and the horizon of Temple Hills and beyond. The proposed expansion at 1495 Coral increases the home size by approximately 30 to 35%, from around 2,100 feet, I believe, to 2,800 and change feet. The new footprint includes a large covered patio immediately adjacent to our shared property line. The new primary bedroom is being extended significantly into the rear yard to nearly the southern edge of the lot, fully blocking a major portion of our south-facing view. In addition to the obstruction created by the primary bedroom on the far south end of the property, the additional concern of ours is with respect to the rear corner of the home nearest our dining room. That is being pushed back roughly 12 feet. This change alone, moving the corner of that home back 12 feet into the rear yard, will block nearly 50% of the view from the head of our dining room table. Additionally, the proposed covered patio includes large, oversized 18 by 18 inch support columns, significantly larger than typical in the community, and they will further obstruct our view. For comparison, our patio columns are 6 by 6 inches and designed to minimize impact. We respectfully ask the board to consider the significant loss of view from our property, while the owners of 1495 Coral will retain the full benefit of their existing views. Our south and southeast facing views will be dramatically compromised. that material negative impact to our views doesn't feel aligned with the principle of view equity outlined in the design review guidelines. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Next.
Hi, my name is Sue Shuai, 1510 Caribbean Way. First of all, I want to say thank you for visiting my house. I'm a long time resident of neighborhood. When I chose my property, the neighborhood was already developed. And I made my decision based on open space and unobstructed views. Like many of neighbors, I never imagined that someone would build directly in front of me and block what has always been an essential part of living here. A 14-foot height limit is not one-size-fits-all solution. That's why the Design Review Board is here, to look at each case and ensure fairness. In this case, the owners bought the property and have never lived here. They have no real connection to the neighborhood. They are trying to maximize their investment, even if that means negatively impacting everyone around them. They have a choice. They could design their home to go down into the slope instead of up into our views. There are reasonable alternatives that would allow them to build without harming the neighborhood, but they are chosen not to consider them because this isn't about fitting into the community. It's about taking advantage of it. We are not against rebuilding, but rebuilding should be done responsibly, with respect for those of us who lived here, who rebuilt thoughtfully, and who care deeply about this neighborhood. I ask the board to listen to the people who live here and to hold this project to the same standards we've all been expected to meet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Glenn Provost, 1505 Tahiti Avenue. I live in the neighborhood. I'm not going to be affected in terms of my view, but I am very familiar with the people who live on Caribbean. They've had a long-standing history of an ocean view from their properties looking out to the west. In terms of view equity, I find it sort of inequitable for the applicant to maintain their unimpeded ocean view at the same time extinguishing multiple neighbors' ocean views. And when I say extinguish, greater than 50%. I guess I would have three recommendations to the applicant. Number one would be if they could reduce the plate height or ceiling height, make it lower, and lower the ridge line on the roof so that it would be consistent with the height of the roof that we presently have, so that people could maintain their existing views. The second option would be, as Mr. Wittegon said, would be to excavate and lower the property down. And you could combine that with option one of changing the plate height and the ridge height to help maintain those views for the neighbors as well. And lastly, I guess the last option would be is if they really wanted to, keep the existing grade for the upper level, is that we go with a flat roof design, albeit that would change probably the entire design of the house. But I guess that's up to you guys to make that decision, how you feel view equity weighs against the present design of the house with a pitched roof. I guess, I looked at the landscape plan, and my other concern would be that any landscaping would be below the ridge line as well and wouldn't end up being a factor down the road for the neighbors who live on Caribbean. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Gunther G. I live at 1501 Caribbean Way, and I appreciate the visits from the board members who came to take a look at our view. I want to make sure for those who didn't get a chance to visit to understand that we only have a view from one room in our house, and it does view out directly over the subject property. So by raising the roof line, they're almost completely eliminating the one view that we do have to essentially zero. So I think when I look at this project, I mean, it's an interesting project. You've got an older house that has a mid-century modern design to it with an approximate 10-foot roof plate as it stands right now. And I think that one of the things that someone might say is, well, we're just raising the roof 4 feet to 14 feet, but 4 feet on a 10-foot roof is a 40% increase in the roof height of the house. And I think that's why, it's completely eliminating our view, and I think that's why it's affecting all the views behind us. So that's an important point, is that although 4 feet in itself might not be much, it's a pretty significant overall increase. And then the other issue that I think is important to address is that we've had a lot of discussion tonight about vegetation and trees. If this house had planted hedges around it and grew its hedges to 14 feet high, this hearing tonight would be about a hearing to reduce the vegetation back to the level to protect the views. But here we're talking about now building up a house. It's the equivalent. It's gonna block the views either way. So that's my summary remarks, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Thank you very much for visiting the properties. My first name is Lee. My last name is Eastman. I live at 1525 Caribbean Way. And I agree with Chair Gibbs. View equity, preservation of Ocean View Corridor, enjoyment. That area has always enjoyed that Ocean View Corridor, and we've depended upon those houses right there on Coral. It's a small little section of houses. I've struggled with the house next door to this property with the palm trees growing past the top of the roof, because whether you lose it from a height increase of the roof, which is what I'm also opposing, as I was the one that circulated the petition that was put in the file for this property. And there were approximately 20 neighbors that were saying, let's preserve the Ocean View Corridor. That's essential. And let's have perhaps this 1495 property, let them go down. I realize it's costly to go down on the slope, but everyone behind them is so depending upon those houses at that height and not the trees going beyond it. So I'm asking two things of you, is that you make sure that this 1495 property doesn't increase the height of their roof, because we so depend upon it. For those that are behind, you've been in a movie theater when you're sitting behind someone that's wearing a hat. I mean, it's almost the same situation. We love these ocean views. Everyone does in Laguna Beach. But I also am asking for not only the updated landscape plan so that they can't put trees or hedges that grow. Homeowners change. The property to the right of 1495, a previous homeowner put palm trees in when they were small. So now we're suffering with seeing through the palm trees. Let's not continue this suffering by now allowing a roof height to go higher at 1495. They could go down. It's costly. Geologists are costly. Engineers are costly. Materials are costly. Buildings costly. But why should the people behind who have enjoyed their ocean views on these beautiful days that we have, why should they bear the cost of losing their ocean views that they've so enjoyed? These people have been they were fire victims, so many of these people in that neighborhood. They built based on those two houses being low, no trees above the roof. And we have trees to the right that are just knocking the socks off of me. And I don't want any increase in roof height at 1495. So thank you so very much. I so appreciate everything that you do for the city of Laguna Beach.
Love, I have a question for you.
Thank you.
Madam, I have a question for you. If 1495 had been burnt down as well and rebuilt, would you agree that it would have been built to the level, the height limits, or the height of the neighbors?
I believe that it would have been
the
built
left and the right?
exactly this. I bought a lot after the fire, and I built a home. And I don't have any trees on my property, but I do have 3 approved trees. I would never threaten the neighbors above. I think that's important in this in Laguna Beach, to be very neighbor friendly. And if people ask you to trim trees, you do it, but it never happens. I have height limits on my next door neighbor's trees. They never trim them. So I'm just sharing with you that I think that to answer your question, I think that the height of the house at 1495 post-fire, if it was burned, would actually be at the same height it presently is, because there were enough neighbors that were all working together in support of each other's efforts to get that neighborhood back intact. Just my opinion. Thank you so very
Okay,
much.
and next speaker.
Hi, I'm Barbara Norton. I live at 1511 Caribbean Way. Thanks again for all you guys do. I wasn't going to say anything tonight because I kind of talked to each of you individually and shared my thoughts. But the question for Lee, I just wanted to maybe shed some light on exactly what did go on during the fire. We, like the White Gons, were fire survivors, and the one thing that resonated for me in our neighborhood, it almost brings me to tears, was what an insurmountable task it was to rebuild our homes. And we never, ever could have accomplished what we did if it hadn't been for the collaboration of each and every neighbor to work together. We all had to give up something, views, footprints, decks, whatever. We had to give up something, but we were all flexible, and working with design review and with the city, we made it happen. So if you ask the question, which is a very good question, would it have happened? I don't think that it would have in the way it is designed now, because I think the owners at the time would have worked collaboratively. So
Thank you.
anyway, hope that sheds some.
Thank you very
Barbara.
much. I'm sorry you cannot. You've had your time. Thank you. All righty. Seeing no other members of the public coming to the podium, applicant, you have a 3-minute reply.
Thank you, Board. Daniel, if you could pull up that presentation again, please, and just go to the slide with the 6 other homes shown on Coral. But I'd just like to reiterate that we are consistent with the pattern of development in the neighborhood, that we're at or below the height of the 3 adjacent neighbors. And of those other 6 houses that you can see when Daniel has that up, that are at or above 14 feet in height, you can also see that another common aspect of them is that they're all at or above street elevation. There are none that have negative driveways. They all enter straight, and it should be slide number 7 or 8, Daniel. So I'd just like to say that we're consistent with the pattern of development in the neighborhood. And Board, I understand that most of you have met with the neighbors, so view equity, of course, would be your determination, what, your findings that you make personally from your visits.
That conclude your remarks?
Yes, it does.
All righty. So board members, questions for the applicant or staff? Go ahead, MJ.
The finished edge of the house on the north side that butts up to the Sharps residence, is that in the same location as the existing house? What's the difference in the placement of that right now? Did you just push out 10 feet?
It sounds like it's around 10 feet. That sounds about right. I don't have a dimension right
I
here in
couldn't
front
find it
of
on
me.
your, look at the
Yeah.
existing house to
But
what it is.
I'd also like to point out and clarify that even though we are pushing out a bit, we are actually turning the house a little bit. So it's actually moving away a little bit from the Sharps, about a foot,
Yeah,
I
you're-
believe.
yeah.
So it kind of
Mhm.
angles a little bit away from them.
Okay.
But if you refer to that string, I'm sorry, that we're still compatible with the line of development with both the Sharps property and the property of 1505 Coral.
Okay, and presently, how much, are you excavating the whole lot? I know it's not very much, but you're doing a light excavation?
We are doing a light excavation. We're lowering the floor of the existing house approximately 1.5 inches. So there is going to be grading associated with the removal of the existing slab and, regrading and, leveling the pad, but it's minimal.
Okay, and right now your ceiling plate heights, around 10 feet throughout the
Plate height's actually approximately 9 feet, and our door and window heights is at 8 feet, which is standard height.
And are you having vaulted ceilings at all, or is it all flat?
We do have a couple of areas where we do have a flat 10-foot ceiling.
And otherwise it goes, you're utilizing the pitch.
No, we're not.
You're not
having vaulted
utilizing the pitch.
ceilings.
Oh,
Correct.
pitch is just for outside aesthetic.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
So yeah, I've got two questions, I guess, for
Go ahead,
staff,
Louis.
for Daniel. Top of curb, was that accurately reflected in the plans? I could see it in the plans, but I just wanted to see if staff was able to verify that in the process.
Yes, it was accurately reflected.
Okay. And then does this zone have any plate height restrictions in the code? I mean, obviously it's got
No.
the height restrictions, but
Nope, R1 doesn't have plate height restrictions. This particular lot just has the height limit above curb.
okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Bauta?
I had one minor question. Would you be amendable to a reduced column size for the covered patio? I think one of the neighbors had requested maybe a 6x6 in lieu of a 18x18 column size for the covered patio.
You want to do that? Yeah, my client would be willing to offer that as a concession condition of approval this evening.
Thank you.
I have one more question. I'm sorry.
Wait.
Oh, go ahead.
Let me ask
Oh,
a
you need to
follow,
go. Yeah, you
follow
need to
on
go.
from
Sorry.
Mr. Bauta, and that was my question. The covered patio on the Sharp side seems to be a little, they have a beautiful view, but it seems to be a little bit overkill in blocking view. Would you be willing to do, instead of bringing the house out to be that covered patio, not only reducing the pole, but making it more of a trellis rather than part of the house? In other words, to open it up on that side so it's looking more like a trellis covering rather than, because the way it is, it's got a lot of blockage of what is a beautiful view, and you're going to be there a long time with the Sharps. I think reducing the scale of just that portion, are you willing to do that, first of all?
Can I
You know what I'm
speak with
talking
my
about?
client real quick? Yes, I do. So it's just the back of the patio area. Yeah, this area, he's talking about instead of like cable having more trailers.
If you look at if you put up the renderings, it looks like it's a continuation of your roof. Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah, an open trellis. If you look at could you pull up, Daniel, the 3D rendering page 2? It's the one right corner. In other words, make the house end with the end of the room and then create more of a flat trellis there for sun protection. I think,
I don't understand the significance in that.
well, we can get into deliberations. I don't want to go into the deliberation. I'm just wondering whether you'd be interested in doing that.
There is one exhibit.
Or what your comments are about that, because I'm definitely thinking about raising that in deliberations. So I wanted your input before we close the public hearing on that.
I'm not sure what it would achieve by turning that area into a trellis and not having it look as part of the house. Right now it is that gable roof that extends out, but
yeah,
there is one concession that my client is willing to make this evening in an effort to try to receive approval would be to change that gable roof to a hip roof instead, where we would actually bring that ridge back, and that would possibly address your comment of trying to have that less mass back in that covered patio area.
Explain to me what a hip roof is. In other words, what that would look like.
So Daniel, if you could load the additional exhibit number 1, please. Actually, leave that exhibit up right now, please, Daniel. So just to go back to the one question, regarding the column size at the back for Mr. Sharp at 1485. On the left-hand side, you can see the current proposal that has an approximately 16-inch by 16-inch post that supports the covered patio. My client would be willing to offer a concession on the right-hand side, minimizing that post with just a standard wood post with a stone base that would be consistent with what we have at the front entry of the home, just to try to minimize that mass for the Sharps next door. And then, Daniel, if you could go to additional exhibit number 1, please.
So it would be kind of flat. Yeah. Okay, that's helpful. I think I understand. And
He's going to show the hip.
oh, you're going to show me.
Yeah, and then
Okay, good.
this is the other exhibit that we would be willing to offer as a condition of approval this evening. So that shows the gable roof over the covered patio on the right-hand side of the roof plan, that we would be willing to turn that into a hip roof instead. And if you can see in the upper right-hand corner there, where that green triangle is shown, that shows how that ridge would move back almost 12 feet. And I think that would help accomplish your comment of creating less mass in that area as well. And I think that helps with the neighbors to try to reduce the extension of that roof line in the back too.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions. Board members, any other questions?
I have one quick question and I'm sorry, I couldn't find it and I struggled to find measurements. The existing roof of the home now, I know your placement's going to be slightly different, but the height of where that roof finishes out, I think it's got like a little facade. So it's actually, so based on the facade height, I guess, or, that's a foot or so probably difference, but where is your highest point of your roof from that? You know what I mean? So if they're here and you're up here, what is the difference in?
So the existing roof height, we compare that on the front elevation. Yeah, it looks like it's just around a 9.6 height approximately to the existing roof, top of flat roof.
Yeah, so in order to get that roof down, you'd have to either excavate out or lower that roof to a
Right.
flat roof and lose 8 feet of roof, basically.
Yeah, if I understood your question correctly, if the existing roof is at around 9.5 feet.
Oh, okay.
yes.
And you guys are at what now?
We're at, right at the 14 foot at the highest point. So just under around 13.11 approximately.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All righty, thank you very much for your questions. Thank you, public, for being within the 3 minutes. At this point, we close the public hearing. And Louis, you haven't started one. Do you want to start this one?
Yeah, I can. I think, with those two concessions, the smaller post and the hip roof, I can be supportive of the project this evening. I think the height proposed change is very consistent with the neighborhood. As I went from house to house, the view blockage is not significant. It's just within the blue. It doesn't hit the horizon line. It doesn't block Catalina. I think for that hip roof change for the one neighbor that's up the street a little bit, that's kind of peering more down to that will help that one corner. I sent some photos to Daniel. If you want to pop those up, I'll kind of show a little. I'll talk to it because view equity obviously is the most concerning issue. But from my standpoint, I think it's consistent. This was that view from the side, and by narrowing those poles, that would increase the view, just like the graphic from the applicant team, though his angle was much better. But the next one. All right, this one just kind of articulates that it's really consistent with the two neighboring roof lines, if not slightly lower. The next one. And there you can also see that it doesn't go up into the horizon line. From a little further up the hill, I mean, it's so minimalistic, it almost tucks into the current landscaping that's alongside the neighboring houses. The next one. This is what I was talking about from the up kind of hill neighbor, where you're getting a little bit of that coastline where that hip roof element would really kind of benefit, just that kind of right hug along the coast. But as you move along this property from kind of side to side, I don't see the view being completely lost. So it's within the consistency of the neighborhood. Next one. And again, you can really see that it doesn't impede the horizon line from other neighboring homes. So for me, the view equity is balanced and equitable. I can support the project with the two proposed changes, and then with one other landscape change to the strawberry tree that's in the front yard, that's to be capped at 12 feet from grade. Therefore, it wouldn't exceed the roof line. With those three components, the project meets the design review criteria, and I'm supportive of the staff's findings.
All right, MJ? Wake.
I'm up. I can support the project tonight as well. And let me tell you why. I think that these are always difficult because every little piece and slice of a view is important. It happened to me at my house, and I was bummed out, but I understood that I had an amazing view here, but I was going to lose this one over here. I feel like the most impacted are the geese and the sharps. And I feel like you're making the post change for the sharps, and you're going to make the hip change for the sharps as well. I think it does allow them a clear view through that opening. I don't think taking your 8-foot wide terrace back is going to make any difference, but it's very important for you to be able to fit a table and chairs under there, and it makes sense. I think you skewing your building also helped keep it from feeling like it's a privacy issue of any kind. Mr. Gee's loss of his view in that one bedroom is definitely there, but it's in our world, our purview is becoming narrower and narrower on how much we can allow to give back on view. There's a percentage of view that's lost from ceremonial rooms. That would be your main living space. So we have to follow that criteria. And in this case, it doesn't meet that criteria. As much as I know that loss is difficult. I think the minimal losses from the other homes in the area is really minimal, and again would fall into that. They have other view opportunities. It doesn't take away their whole view. And it's so, it's a small portion that is doesn't negate the homeowner's opportunity to build what I consider, by the way, a very lovely home. By the way, I want to congratulate. It's a beautiful house that will fit well in this neighborhood. I think that was really all I had. Even if we asked you to excavate a couple more feet, I'm not sure that would provide enough of a relief for the neighborhood. I just don't think, I think you'd have to go down 4 feet or more. And at that point, it opens up a whole new aspect of positioning and draining and troubles for the homeowner. So in this case, I can support the project based on those findings. View equity has been achieved. Mass and scale has been achieved. Neighborhood compatibility has been achieved. Privacy has been achieved. So I feel like those major components of our criteria have been met.
Ms. Gannon?
Yes, I like to echo my board members, Weil and Coveney, on their findings for view equity. I had the same photos that were presented by board member Weil. There's really little impact on views. We don't protect side views, so the fact that you're making the concessions you are, I think I would have approved it exactly as submitted, but I appreciate you making those concessions for the sharps, and I can improve this project. It meets the design review criteria, and I can make the findings for the coastal development permit.
Mr. Bauta?
I agree with 3 previous
Haven't
members.
said anything yet, but that's okay.
The great design from the design team. I think it fits the neighborhood well, and I think we appreciate the additional accommodations. I think that goes a long way for the neighborhood. I could approve this tonight.
All right. There's a lot of neighbors who are upset about this because of the view. I get that. And I think I may have mentioned to some of you, we don't make a decision until we close the public hearing. And then you have 5 people who don't have an axe to grind, who are essentially volunteering our time, and you're hearing a common thread here. So I want you guys to understand that. I support the project as well. It's not view preservation, it's view equity. And when we balance that, we look at a lot of factors. As MJ said, ceremonial rooms and view corridors are important. But also important is to consider, again, in the view equity context, the pattern of development, neighborhood compatibility. And essentially what I'm hearing is to give what are, for the most part, either some impact on people who have amazing views to begin with, or in one case, a view from a secondary bedroom. And in many other cases, just not a significant view impact at all. To, on the other hand, tell the applicant that they have to have a flat roof and go down. Flat roofs are not encouraged, number one. And number two, there's a certain design element that only works with a flat roof. And for us to, given what we've seen, to limit what an applicant can do in terms of design would not be view equity. In fact, it would be, I think from my standpoint, kind of unfair. This applicant, like all of you, were able to design a house that met your, design desires. This is a place you're going to live in. And I just don't feel comfortable given all the factors, to say, hey, you've got to do a flat roof, or you have to go below grade with all the problems with drainage. So I hope you understand that here you had 5 people who believe exactly the same thing, that view equity is achieved. This is a beautiful house. It's going to be a complement to the neighborhood. In a real way, the modern house that's a few houses down, I hope the owner's not here, I'm not crazy about it. I don't know if that's viewed as a positive, but this house is clearly viewed as a significant, it's a beautiful home. And I hope it's received by the neighborhood in that sense. Finally, with respect to the Sharps, I think that's a fair compromise. I think that with, what do you call it? A hip roof. My area in real estate was commercial building. So with a hip roof and a reduction of the column, I think that does give some relief. I also note that the Sharps have an amazing view that's totally not being impinged at all. So I think that's a fair compromise. And with all that said, I think I concur with my colleagues that all the guidelines have been met with the modifications, including to the strawberry tree. Unless anyone else has any comments, I think we're ready for a motion.
What are the conditions?
The
12-foot
concession,
strawberry tree?
we use, Mr. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Yeah, Mr. Schaefer, have you submitted those diagrams that you had showing the modifications to the Sharp side, to the, to the city?
I submitted them to Daniel this afternoon.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we can make the motion. I'll let somebody else make the motion if
Mr.
that-
Chair,
yeah.
what we really can do is obviously create a condition that they have to follow that exhibit, and we can attach that exhibit right to the resolution. So it's graphically shown, and it's very clear those green areas are the concessions.
And
Do you have the
Louis,
number
just so it's
exhibit?
clear,
Okay.
Louis, since you know the landscaping, do we have any need to limit landscaping to go no higher than the ridge line of the house?
Yeah, or I think the ridge is close to 13 and a half feet. I think 12 is fine. It's a strawberry tree, so those can be, they're kind of like a bush tree in a sense, so they're going to be fine at 12 feet.
I tell you what, my preference is to make the height of all the landscaping no higher than the ridge line, and that'll give some protection to everybody up on Caribbean. I
That's-
assume the applicant would be happy with that. Is that
That's
good,
fine.
everybody?
That's good.
Yeah,
Mr.
that's fine.
Chair,
Yeah.
if I may, the landscaping plan does have a table in there that has heights of all the landscaping on the site, and many of those trees are well below 14 feet. There's only one tree that is 14 feet, and that's that strawberry tree.
Are
So
those
are-
height limits set forth in the plans?
There's
I didn't
everything
read
else
those
is-
as height limits.
They're set in the plans.
I know,
Yeah.
are those height limits for those, that
It's-
vegetation is set forth in the plans?
Chair,
Yes.
it's set
Oh,
at
okay.
max maintained size, so we just need to change the max size on the one. He currently has it listed at 14, that's why I suggested it at 12.
Okay, then let's do it that way. Then we only need to address the strawberry tree. Okay.
And do you have the number for the exhibit? That we're making a condition of approval based on the exhibit?
Sure. We would just add an additional condition that the project be modified consistent with the alternative exhibit shown at the hearing,
Correct.
which we all saw, and we would attach that as Exhibit B to the resolution. And then we would add an additional condition to modify the landscape plan such that the
Strawberry tree.
the strawberry tree in the front yard be limited to 12 feet height at max
I'll call
size.
for a motion if someone's ready to give it, or I'm prepared to do it.
Why don't you go,
Yeah, no.
Louis, go for it.
Okay, I'll move item number 5.6 at 1495 Coral Drive, that the board adopts resolution 250570, attachment 1, approving design review 25-0570 and the coastal development permit 25-0569 for a new single-family residence with an attached two-car garage in the R1 zone, and that the board deliberated and approved the view equity component of the design review as long as in addition to the rest of the staff report. The project is subject to the 3 conditions. One, that the rear posts for the covered patio be reduced in size following the exhibit presented to the staff, and that the second exhibit, that the covered patio roof be changed to the hip roof following the exhibit. And then on the landscape plan, that the strawberry tree be capped at a maintained max height at 12 feet instead of the 14 that's listed.
I second that.
Can Sarah please call the roll?
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And
Thank you very much, board.
we'll go to the next item. While the applicant is getting set up on 5.7, I'll call the item. It's, please keep it down and go outside. Please keep the talking down. 1560 Bluebird Canyon Drive, Lot B, Design Review 24-2509, Coastal Development Permit 24-2510, Revocable Encroachment Permit 24-2511. Where's the
Ex parte.
applicant? Let's get the applicant in here before we do ex parte. Oh, there's a massive exit, yeah.
Don't let Cortana use the side door. He'll always want the side door beyond.
There he is.
No, just kidding.
Come on up, you've been called. Hey, you're gonna lose. All righty, let's do ex parte. Start with you, Mr. Bauta.
Ex parte, I met with the applicant and spoke with Steve Caratani, and I met with a few of the neighbors, Joe Cover, the Sadal family, and Susan Witten.
I
Jeff?
did this, I saw
MJ,
this-
go
yeah,
ahead.
I met with the same group that Amir just responded to.
And
Same.
oh,
Go ahead.
I had a site visit with the applicant team and met with Peter Groman.
All right, I met with Mr. Parker, Mr. Cartani, Mr. Groman, Joe Cover, Harpe Sadai, and Susan Witten.
I think it's Harpal.
No. All right, we need to get, I know. We need to get staff in here. Oh, you're doing it, James, right?
Yes, I am, Chair.
All right, go for it. You're up.
This is item 5.7, 1560 Bluebird Canyon Drive, Lot B. It is a design review, coastal development permit, and a revocable encroachment permit. This is the second hearing for this item. It was heard earlier this year in January. Space. And my slides are not advancing.
That's probably all you needed to say. No, I'm just kidding.
I've got lots of nice, pretty pictures, Board Member Weil, but I do not know why this is not working. All right, here we go. The project site is here before you on Bluebird Canyon Road. It's the project site is generally depicted with the yellow polygon. We have some photographs here kind of showing the overall setting of the site. There are homes this is a view from Morningside on the upper slide, showing homes on the downward slope of Morningside. We have another slide here showing a view from uphill. This is a picture kind of facing towards the west or northwest, showing the project site under the arrow. We have some homes that you see below the arrow that are on Bluebird Canyon Road, again on the downward sloping side. And again, another picture from Morningside. This is a close-up of the project site here. It's basically underneath that tree, underneath the arrow there. And Morningside is below you. And oops. All right. Street views. So this is Bluebird Canyon Drive looking from the north and south. You can see the slope on the right and the left of these diagrams or pictures with the telephone pole. So we have that kind of steep slope that was cut when the street was put in, and the project site is basically on that slope and above that slope. This is the proposed site plan. It does have the house in yellow. I think the applicant's got a lot more slides to show as well, but the house is basically diagrammed in yellow, and the driveway that is in orange. And the spa is up in the upper part of the diagram. We have a design review for new structures, vehicular access, elevated decks, spa, grading, retaining walls, and landscaping. We have a coastal development permit for the entire project site. Again, the single-family home and all the pertinent structures. We have public improvements. So the roadway will be widening 2 feet. We have curb and gutter going in there as well. We're going to get a 20-foot overall width of the street consistent with the municipal code. They are providing that public parking space, which does cut into that hill and creates a retaining wall, as you may recall. They are requesting that we waive the sidewalk standard, and the design board can do that if it's found to not be consistent with the neighborhood, and there are no sidewalks anywhere in this neighborhood. I think if we were to add that sidewalk, it would just further cut into the hill and create retaining walls that might be of an issue to the board. We have a revocable encroachment permit or an REP for those walls, steps, walkways, landscaping, and irrigation within the right-of-way. So this is the rendering that was provided of the structure. Again, it's a 3-level structure above, some retaining walls for the driveway that's down below, and the street is at the bottom of the diagram. Again, this is another view kind of up the driveway looking up at the house. This is the back view at the spa. I guess faces the Covers property. And again, this is another street view, kind of looking up Bluebird Canyon at the project site. That retaining wall that you see on the left-hand side, on the lower left-hand, is where the public parking space would be. And I think the difference here from the prior proposal is the applicant has provided some stack stone veneers on this. It's a lighter color with the landscaping to kind of help blend that into the area. This is the elevation drawing from the street. This is the west elevation. This is the one that faces 1550 Bluebird Canyon, which is a different project site. And this is the back elevation. The spa would be in the foreground of this. And this is the east elevation that faces another vacant property. The Colors and Materials Board. This is the updated Colors and Materials Board. I apologize, we had the wrong Color and Materials Board attached to the staff report, so I wanted to show this and replace the one that's in the report with this. So there are a change, and I'll let the applicant kind of describe some of those changes a little bit better than I can. So some of the potential issues were raised at the prior hearing: neighborhood compatibility, mass and scale, compliance with policies. The access driveway was debated quite a bit, grading minimized, lighting and glare from windows. Part of what the applicant has done with this new design is to reduce the glazing. Privacy, view equity typically are of concern. We do have vacant properties around here. We have future development coming behind the project site, and then obviously 1550 Bluebird Canyon. And so we might want to look at those questions. But again, there are no direct house abutting this project site. There will be a fair amount of grading with this project site. I'm going by memory here. I think we're looking at about 1,400 cubic yards coming out of this particular site. So heavy construction vehicles and construction access might be of concern. So I think the biggest questions here is, the LCP and zoning code consistency. And again, these are related to the design review criteria, also with the findings of the coastal development permit. Specifically, will the project be visually compatible with the character of the surrounding area? And I think this is the big question for the board to deliberate. I've got several different conditions of approval that I want to go over with the board, should the board want to go ahead and approve this project. And I think there's been some concerns expressed about the heavy construction traffic in the neighborhood. So I've got 4 conditions that I wanted to add. I've asked the applicant about these conditions, and they do agree with them. One is about a qualified geotechnical consultant be maintained and monitor the roadway so that the roadway is safe. It provides for the ability of the city to modify the construction techniques, if you will, to ensure that we protect the roadway and thereby also protecting the houses on the other side of the street. The permittee shall also repair and seal damage to Bluebird Canyon Drive. This is a typical condition that we might otherwise add, but I neglected this one in this case. And again, this is if the basic condition, if they damage the roadway, they have to fix it. A pre-construction photographic survey. This is a really good idea, and especially if you're having a lot of construction traffic coming through. We do a pre-construction survey. This is routinely done for large projects. The applicant is agreeable to this, and that basically sets the baseline condition under which then we would go back to and say, hey, we've got some cracking, we've got an issue here. So we bring it back to the condition that it was before, subject to the city engineer's review and approval. And then bonding. If we do have some damage in the roadway, we kind of then identify what the cost of that might be, and we have the applicant provide a bond to the city to cover that costs. So in the event that anything goes awry, we can pull that bond and go affect some of the repairs as well. So these are the 4 conditions that I wanted to add. Ultimately, we do want the board to conduct a public hearing, and if the facts support project approval, we'll adopt the resolution that's in the staff report, which would approve the project and make findings under the California Environmental Quality Act that it would be exempt. We do have a lot of public comments that have come forward in the form of letters. I know you've been out to the sites and spoken to a lot of folks, and so there's a lot of concern about the massing of the project site, how the site is graded, and how the driveway goes forward. And so obviously we want all that to be factored in your deliberations. But again, if you feel that the facts support project approval, you've got that resolution before you tonight. Alternatively, if we don't, we do feel that the applicant has made some good faith efforts to change this project, despite what some residents might believe. We do feel that this project is getting closer. And so if you don't feel the facts are there to support the project at this time, you provide direction to the applicant and bring it back for a third hearing. And that's what our recommendation would be in that instance. With that, I'm available for any questions you might have. And
I have a question.
That's it. Yes, sir.
I may have missed it, but I think we had talked about the route of travel of the excavation trucks. Is that in your conditions, or where are you on that?
We did discuss a truck haul route map, and I apologize, I don't have that for this presentation. It's an oversight on my part. We typically would look at a construction haul route with a construction staging plan at the building permit stage, but in talking with Public Works and going through kind of the condition of the roadway and discussing these conditions, and the Public Works Department has reviewed these conditions and does concur with them. But we did discuss having the trucks coming up
Morningside and then
Morningside,
around
the
Bluebird
empty
and going
trucks
down.
coming up Bluebird Canyon and then coming and going out on Morningside, because
the other way.
The other way around, yeah.
Yeah, the other way around. What you and I talked about was the empty trucks going up Morningside to the top and around on Bluebird, picking up the excavation material in front of the project and then immediately going down the hill.
I think you and I have a different recollection of the conversation. I think I had it flipped. But
We could make that, that would be,
That's fine.
we can do that. But what we don't want to do is take the trucks down kind of the winding path of Bluebird Canyon because they're going to go down Bluebird to Regatta and then back out. So we're going to try to keep the trucks away from as many homes as possible. So that's the purpose of the truck haul route. And I can pull up a map here if you like.
And those streets are really skinny.
here,
and
I just
line
want to make
curves.
sure that we have the route, worked out now rather than waiting, because you and I talked about that. So why don't you pull up the route and tell us what route, because I'm uncomfortable with full excavation trucks going up Bluebird Canyon Drive, given how narrow that road is all the way going up there.
It's not.
And the condition of that road.
I think part of our discussion is to have the inbound legs of the trucks where they're lighter with no dirt in them would be traveling over Bluebird Canyon and then coming out on the more wider section of
Why don't you
Morningside.
pull up the?
That's going to be a little challenging. I'm going to try to do that here. I'm going to have to stop sharing and pull up a different program.
We looked at a map. Here, let me see.
I think you guys are saying the same thing.
I hope, maybe we are, maybe we aren't. Here.
I think this is a little.
Put up the staff report. Oh, you got it there, because this shows it. Well, yeah, wider and better condition. So I want the full trucks, I want just going shooting down, not going
All
up
right.
Bluebird.
I managed to pull up
Okay,
a
here we
street,
go.
I'm sorry, Google Maps here. And so the thought would be Morningside Drive would be used, and then we would come all the way down. And I'm going to try.
So wait a minute, show me where your route for the empties go to where they get full.
So they, when they're empty, they're lighter trucks. And so the thought is to put, to bring them up the kind of the more narrow streets that are maybe slightly less, might not have the same condition as.
Use the arrow and show us where.
So the thought would be to come up Morningside Drive, come down Regatta, and then up Bluebird Canyon, pick up soil here at the project site,
Right.
and then swing back around Morningside.
Oh,
and
yeah,
come back.
we are saying the same thing.
We are saying the same thing.
Yeah, that route. So I'd like to make that route if we're going to approve the project, that route would be a condition. Okay, well, at least that's on the table when we get the deliberations, but that's what you want to, okay. That's actually better than what you and I talked about. Okay,
And I
that
have-
said, any
I
other
have a
questions?
question. Yes, well, I just want him to be able to get back to his original program. Materials, show me that again, because I didn't have that in my agenda items, the new material board, as well as, I don't have a render anymore in my, do you have a render on yours? Couldn't find
Yeah.
it. I thought I did, but I can't find it. It's gone.
Gone. Where's my?
Yeah.
So this is the color materials board that was submitted. And again, I apologize for not including this one in the staff report, but so these are the materials and colors that the applicant is proposing.
Okay, the 3D renderings are in the plans first page, but we got more of them from Parker at the site. I think
what
he
I-
may have emailed it more to us.
This breakdown here is what I need.
Mr. Chair, the applicant does have another presentation that
That's good.
shows the
Thank you.
project
Yeah,
with the renderings.
Let's
and-
get to
and-
that. Any other questions? Louis, any
I have-
questions?
I have one general question. I guess, it's come up a couple different times in conversations either at sites or at the prior hearing. But I just wanted to clarify that the proposed development is subject to design review and that the applicant team has been engaging in the process in a transparent and good faith manner to this point. And that's directed at staff.
We believe that to be the case, yes.
All right, let's go to the applicant. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good evening, board members. Can we get our first slide up, please?
Give me a moment here. I apologize. I have to navigate to another location. Nearly there. There it is. There you go.
Thank you. And can we start the 5 minutes at this point? So, good evening, board members. I'm David Parker, the architect for this project. And thank you all for taking the time to meet with us and consider this application. And thanks to staff as well. We've redesigned the project that we are presenting tonight. And I'd like to show you several before and after comparisons. So next slide, please. This is before the old design. Next. After. New design. Next. Old design. Next. New design. Next. Before. Next. After. Next. Before. Next. And after. Next. Next. You can see how the roof turns down to the east. Next slide, please. At our first hearing on January 23rd, the board identified the following issues: neighborhood compatibility as it relates to the long driveway and the location of the garage, neighborhood compatibility relating to the size, mass, and visibility of the home sitting on the upper part of the site, the amount of decking that could generate privacy issues, and the amount of glazing that could create excessive lighting. Our new design addresses these concerns in the following ways. The total living space was reduced from 3,600 down to 2,443. The upper floor was reduced from 1,359 square feet down to 147, and there is a 1,000 square foot ADU with a 155 square foot deck at the upper level. The upper level was pulled back 7 feet to the east. The south wall was pulled back 3 feet. The main deck was reduced 117 square feet and pulled back to the north and the east. The east edge of the roof has been lowered 2 feet. The profile of the roof was entirely reduced. The garage area was reduced. The south wall was pulled back to allow for the planting of vines. The new planted roof is reduced. To address neighborhood compatibility and the appearance of mass and scale, we changed the style from modern to contemporary craftsman with wood, stone, and earth tone colors. Flat roofs have been replaced with low sloping roofs. Next slide. Other direction. Yeah, thank you.
This one you want?
Yeah. The retaining walls were lowered throughout the property, now 4 feet to 6 feet high, except for the required parking at the right and the right-of-way improvements. The majority of the walls are exposed wood lagging, not concrete, and vines will be planted to cover most of the walls. Glazing has been reduced approximately 20%. Automated opaque blinds and day and night light controls will be provided. Low visual transmittance and anti-reflective glazing will be provided. Next slide. Landscaping has been dramatically enhanced. 4 new trees are added to the front of the property and more landscaping provided all around the house and in front of the retaining walls. Vines will cover these walls, creating green living walls. A slope containing trees and numerous shrubs have been added to the front of the driveway. The landscape plan has been reviewed and is fully code compliant. All these landscape enhancements will greatly reduce the appearance of mass and scale. The access stairs leading to both lots A and B have been reconfigured and moved out of the right-of-way as preferred by Public Works. Now, we have carefully considered alternate locations for the house and the driveway. However, the current siding and configuration proved to be the only solution. The option of lowering the house down to the street level greatly increases export, decreases vehicular safety, and has greater impact to the hill and loss of views for the owner. Compared to the Culver House at 1536 Morningside, our project has 20% less export, even though it is only 3% larger. The siding and driveway is consistent with pattern of development of other upslope properties, specifically 1339 and 1313 Morningside and 1540 Bluebird Canyon, all of which have long driveways and steeper grades. Next slide. The hilltop buildable area, which includes the flattest portion of the property at the top of the hill, is only 2,500 square feet, and 80 to 90% of the house sits in this area. Moreover, the building code encourages building on the flat area of the property whenever possible. Next slide. Our new design provides several benefits to the neighborhood, including runoff control, retaining walls to stabilize the slope, vehicular and fire safety, widening of the street by 4 feet, beautiful landscaping. Moreover, locating the house at the upper portion of the hill actually reduces the appearance of mass as it is farther away and is buffered with landscaping. In conclusion, our project has been designed to be completely code compliant, fully neighborhood compatible, and follows a pattern of development. Our new design is reasonably addressed concerns of the board and the neighbors. We feel the project will be an enhancement to the neighborhood and preserve the character of Bluebird Canyon. Thank you. I look forward to your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Okay, it's now time. Who is going to be speaking? Please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm going to do what I did with the last. I'll give you the full 3 minutes. But when you see the yellow light, start concluding your remarks, and I'm going to have a dead stop at the red light. So please come up, and if I could have a couple people waiting so we don't have to wait for people to realize they're up next. So please begin. Let's get a little bit of a line going here, please. Please state your name and your property address if you like.
Okay, good evening, Chair, members of the Design Review Board, and staff. My name is Pamela Adams. I live on Morningside Drive. I'm not going to give the address. I commend the applicant for refacing the structure with a less sterile exterior and now a wood-like craftsman style, which works with the neighborhood character. However, I remain opposed to the applicant's project for these reasons. One, the project remains at the ridge line of the knoll instead of being nestled into the terrain as requested by DRB. Two, mass and scale were barely reduced. By swapping out the master bedroom on the top floor and making it a 1,000 square foot ADU with a large glass deck, it appears to misrepresent the applicant's reduced square footage to the main house. My concern is that this ADU doesn't appear to be legitimate. It was also my understanding that SB9 lot splits could not have rooftop decks or balconies as is being shown here. I'll leave that decision to staff. The placement of the spa or pool at the top will also create a noise pollution to the neighbors and across Bluebird Canyon and Rimrock Canyons. I suggest nestling it nearer to the main house. And learning tonight about the route to move trucks, it's unacceptable in my eyes for it to be the trucks to use Lower Morningside. It's just not feasible. Anyway, please deny this proposed project and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Susan Whiten on Bluebird Canyon. This is essentially the same project you reviewed in January. It looks the same from the street. It's still over 50 feet tall from the street in the same location with the same story poles and the same retaining walls and driveway. The reduced square footage is a relabeling of the third level as an ADU. Other changes are cosmetic. The project is not a redo. It's not neighborhood compatible as stated by the letter signed by 20 neighbors and residents and sent to the DRB, and it is not approvable as currently designed. My comments will cover 3 topics. First, policy violations. The meat of the matter is that the project needs to be redesigned to conform with state and local policies for which all findings must be made. First is a cultural development permit. Findings 5 and 6 cannot be made. These address alteration of landforms and visual compatibility. The ADU is subject to DRB review under the CDP. Additionally, the deck and loft area on the 3rd floor are not a part of the ADU and are within the DRB purview. Another policy violation is the revocable encroachment permit for construction in the right-of-way. I'm going to spend a minute on this because it has been glossed over throughout this review process. The driveway was reviewed by Public Works, but DRB, not Public Works, is the approval body. As defined in the municipal code, the REP is, quote, a discretionary approval by the DRB to allow minor classes of construction. It allows temporary construction, which can be revoked and removed at any time. Obviously, if a permanent driveway retaining walls are removed on this project, there is no way to access the house with the current design. There is reasonable doubt that findings 5 and 6 of the REP can be made. Finding 5 covers the precedent-setting 10-foot-high retaining wall and 40-foot-long driveway wall in the right-of-way, which will set a precedent for the 3 adjacent parcels yet to be developed. Finding 6 prohibits a structure of unacceptable height that detracts from the quality of the streetscape. The permanent 10-foot-high retaining wall in the right-of-way will detract from the quality of the streetscape, and covering it with vines doesn't solve the problem. Other policy violations are to land use policies and design review guidelines. My second topic is actionable changes. As described above, the project changes which comply with the state and local policies are actionable modifications likely to result in an approvable project. The last topic is good faith. It comes down to compromise, essentially at this incredibly challenging location, which 2 of you described as one of the toughest lots to build on in Laguna Beach. Compromise occurs when both sides in a negotiation walk away feeling like they've lost something. The neighborhood, then could I have
Susan,
10
I
seconds?
really got to limit it because I'd limit it for other people, but I think we understand your points.
I think the approach here is binary. It's either it's
Susan,
this
Mr.
or
Chair,
it's not.
Susan, please.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
Hey, everybody. Joe Cover, 1536 Morningside. I met with a lot of you guys. Sent a letter late last night. Busy season for me at work. I apologize. I'm just going to read from this as well. The applicant has now heard the neighborhood and DRB comments for both Lot A and this project. Each has met with significant challenges from city staff, opposition from basically all the neighbors, and the request for material modifications by the board to the extent that the applicant was directed to start from scratch, as some of these others have mentioned. Applicant's response was to basically rename the chunk of the house the ADU and rewrap with new siding. I see a lot of good color changes in the pictures when I see the before and after. Not too much different than that. Like I said, the new wrapping paper is a good solid upgrade, and I really appreciate that. The 3 letters ADU, like we talked about, yeah, I understand that they may disallow that relevant square footage to be included in the zoning docs. We do believe, though, that it doesn't preclude you guys from considering for the CDP, like we've mentioned, and then also that there's still a 2nd-story loft that's necessary to classify that upper level as an ADU, as well as the deck that is not part of the ADU, and those should be considered by the board, and I think they should be considered in zoning here. The comment that Board Member Weil had related to Lot A was that the total program height should be closer to the maximum height of the ridge line, as it was for the approved plans on our lot, the adjacent lot of 1536 Morningside. So both of our lots do crest at the ridge line, although, as we've stated, the service area that he's got on the ridge line is more. So he's got that flat parcel up there. But basically, both of our max elevations on those sites are about 513, 514, 515 feet, somewhere in that range. So our maximum building height, though, that's approved with our approved plans is 513. It's right basically at that ridge line. It doesn't really go above that. What we're seeing in here is about 525, 526 feet, so full 11 to 12 feet higher. And that is with or without the ADU, because we have the roof on the loft that is not part of the ADU, and we've also got the elevated decks. So for the elevated deck that's west facing, the larger one that's in that picture facing west, kind of semi-triangular deck, the floor height's about 516, and it's got a glass railing up to 519, or about 5 feet higher than that max lot elevation. Comparatively, our west facing deck that we've got, really kind of the only deck on the house, is at 503 feet with railing going up to 506, which is still 7 feet lower than our max elevation. So the deck, along with the large decks hanging off the south side, we're concerned about the excessive glazing and the size. They obviously create privacy concerns for the surrounding neighbors, the north and the south. The west-facing deck should be lowered, and different material than clear glass should be considered on, I think, all those deck railings. So for our north-facing decks that look down into the neighbor houses, we have solid material to kind of help with that privacy concern. We believe there's clearly still a lot more work that has to be done on the project before it's neighborhood compatible. And just encourage all you guys to remember your feedback from the prior meeting, or just pull up the potential issues slide that we saw and ask the hard questions about whether material changes were actually made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mary Fagres, 1561 Morningside Drive. We're making progress, some things, but I still have great concerns about neighborhood compatibility, mass, size, location of structures in the driveway, and then for us on Morningside, noise, skyline, privacy issues with these both, because what happens in this lot is most likely, if it's approved, will happen in the lot next, Lot A. So that's really going to impact us. I've been away with visiting grandchildren and kids for the last week. So I just had a chance to look at the staff report, and I was absolutely astounded when I saw the staff report saying that a ridge line is not present here I was on the Planning Commission in the 90s that did the open space and conservation element. Ridgeline is defined as a long and narrow crest of higher land. These are visual resources that serve as an outline of the skyline. I assure you, on Morningside and Bluebird Canyon, that knoll is a ridgeline for us, and it determines so much. I have friends, though, who live over on Cerritos and all those streets off that way, and they also see that ridgeline. So I think that we really have to consider more about building on the ridgeline. Regulations apply to all ridgelines. This is from topic 13 in the open space element, large and small. So I think that we still need more work. Something will fit there that fits with our neighborhood compatibility. And I appreciate all of you digging into the rules, understanding the project, and understanding our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Eileen Slora. I'm at 1545 Bluebird Canyon. Thank you, MJ and Tom, for coming out this week to visit us and talk about the project. I know everybody's tired, so I'll keep this brief. I don't believe that the project complies with the CDP requirements 5 and 6. Part of the verbiage is on finding number 5 is the proposed development will minimize alterations of natural landforms. In the present project, the driveway does alter the natural landform as the driveway runs east-west along the steep landform at the continuous lot frontage, disturbing the lower 2/3 of the natural landform and requires tall retaining walls along the uphill side, which further alters the natural landform. The 10-foot-high retaining wall at the bottom of the driveway would detract from the general quality of the streetscape. There are no retaining walls close to this height in the neighborhood or within the public right-of-way. Planting vines as shown is a cosmetic gesture, which does not reduce the height of a 10-foot wall. In finding number 6, the proposed development will be visually compatible with the character of the surrounding area. The character of the homes along Bluebird Canyon Drive in this vicinity are not 4-story in mass with 55-foot height from the adjacent road grade. A person standing on the street will view the Lot B home as the equivalent of a 4-story commercial building due to the 11-foot floor-to-floor heights. The owner applicant claims that the now designated ADU on top of the house is not part of the project, which might satisfy the checkboxes, but the physical impacts to the neighborhood will be established if this goes forward. Lot B's total livable area results in a 40% floor area ratio, while the equivalent adjacent homes on Bluebird Canyon average 32%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come to the podium.
I'm Peter Groman. I live on 1573 Bluebird, directly below the proposed project. In January, design review said, reduce the height, reduce the mass, reduce the square footage, terrace it into the hillside and start from the street and go up from there. The current application, the applicant has consistently refused to even consider putting a garage on the street. He insists he needs a driveway so he can end up on top of the knoll. The square footage is mostly cosmetic by calling part of it an ADU, and it's just a runaround the city regulations. The bottom line is it's more or less the same design, incompatible with the neighborhood. It's going to be a massive light beacon on the hill and on top of everything else in the whole area. The project does require revocable encroachment permit. The permit intent is to allow for minor changes. Part of the current retaining walls, one is 45 feet long, the other one is 10 feet long, are in the area that is the public right-of-way. So with that in mind, it's a massive permanent structure. It doesn't meet what the intent is. And I am suggesting to the board to not grant the revocable encroachment permit.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Seeing none, applicant, you have 3-minute rebuttal.
For the rebuttal.
Is there by chance a digital copy of that?
There is, yes.
Okay,
It's coming up now.
Perfect. Thank you.
I hope there is, yeah. You can go to the first slide. So this project is fully code compliant, has no variances. It doesn't have any view impacts to any of the neighbor properties. It doesn't have any privacy impacts. And it meets all the requirements of general plan and hillside guidelines. And most importantly, it's because of the unique conditions of the site. I've sent in a lot of details on this, but the main thing is that the only buildable area on the lot is on the top of the hill. And the only way for me to move it down would be to violate hillside guidelines and general plan by increasing dramatically the amount of export. So as the neighbors said, finding CDPs 5 and 6 regarding impact to the hill, they're actually making my case because anything other than where we cited it today would cause a much bigger increase. And if you look on page 5, can you go to the 5th page of that, please? Toll Engineering specifically said this is the most optimal presentation for the hill, and anything else is going to be worse. It's going to increase the grading, it's going to increase the export, it's going to increase the appearance of massive scale from the street. This is ultimately the biggest mistake I made, which was I found the most efficient and the most, actually in this case, the only solution to access this property. And ultimately, I can't change the location of the home, the driveway, or the garage. There's no justification that anybody's provided that contradicts what I've said here. If you go to the next page, I've included details about the comparison of the project and its relationship to the hill. The first thing is you have a large right-of-way to get across first, and then from that point on the hill, we have a large flat area to get up to with a driveway. That's about 20 feet difference from where we get onto the lot to the top of the hill. And we have 2 slopes. We have a slope on the front that takes us up to the top of the hill, and we slope east to west. In deference to Mr. Cover, we have a terraced home that fits within the envelope. It would not have passed zoning plan check if we were not within that envelope. If you go to the next slide, you can see Cover's home. His entire home is sloped, and he is, on the side of the hill, going up 16 feet on average to that peak he mentioned at 513.4 feet. Our home, and I made a mistake the other day when I spoke to the board members, the deck area at the top there is at 516. It's only eave that's at 514 or 514 and a half. It's very close to Mr. Cover's home's height on the west side. But as you move up the hill to the east, that envelope and that rear line, lot line, goes up in height, and we are within that envelope. More importantly, the entire top of the hill is not natural hillside. It was graded in 1938. It is not a natural ridge line that is but defined to be protected. It is a home site that was built back then to be built on, but it took 85 years for somebody like me to find a solution to it. And ultimately, I've said these details before. If you go to the 3 things that really matter, the driveway itself is consistent with the few properties in the area that have this condition, which is 1540 Bluebird Canyon, 1313 Morningside Drive and 1339 Morningside Drive. They have a long uphill driveway that's vertically transitioning 20 feet or more from the street to the flat buildable area. We are compatible with the right-of-way use for the neighbors that are immediately there, 1540, 1545, and 1565. All of them go up at least 10 or down 10 feet through their right-of-way transition to get to their buildable area. And the placement of the home, if you go to page 9, it is consistent with 1480 and 1486 as well as 1540 on the top of that ridge line. Susan Witten's home with her garage covers well more than 3,000 square feet of a building area on the top of that lot of hers. And she is very visible at nighttime even, and there's even some nighttime views in here. But I think one of the problems I've got is that there's no dialogue going on between the neighbors and me. They send all this stuff in. They don't talk to me about it. Go to the next page, please. You can see the Siddell family. They included this spreadsheet this morning and what they sent, and they leave their own home and all the homes across the street off of this. Go to the next page. They call it 32% average FAR. It's actually 41 if you include their homes. Ultimately, I'm trying to be objective about all these measures. I really understand the fear and the concerns the neighbors have. I've done everything I can to try to explain why we don't have any other options for its placement. And I know the board has heard this over and over again, and I've written tomes of information. Ultimately, you know, you can go to the 2 more slides, please. You can go to the comparative on the Morningside Drive properties that are being built to this one. And there's a lot of good differences that we have. Height, size is all justifiable. The ADU on the top, that is going to be my wife and I's home. The lower floor will eventually be taken over by one of my daughters. One of them is here today. Ultimately, we're doing everything we can to give the neighbors what they want. We have a lot of benefits. Go to the last page of this thing. A lot of benefits that we provide, including widening the street. The retaining walls and the caissons underneath it are going to greatly improve the strength and stability of that hillside. And if we do any damage to that street, we will repair it. We actually can use even a conveyor from the top down on the Morningside to take all the dirt off that way and not even put one truck on the street. There's a lot of solutions that we can put in place, but it starts with a dialogue. And unfortunately, they send all this material into you, and none of it comes to us. And they basically end up giving you guys the appearance of we're not listening to them. We don't have many options for this property, and certainly the placement of the home, the driveway, and the garage are literally not only the only option, but as told, as attested to, it is the optimal solution to minimize the impact to the disturbance of the hill and the visibility. And ultimately, any claim that moving the home down to the street is going to improve the appearance of massive scale is just simply contrary to the facts. Most of the home is hiding on.
Chair, if I may.
Is the timer here?
Yes, we did, Chair.
I think you've gone beyond your
Back
time.
for almost
Yeah,
4 minutes.
thank you.
But
Thank you
no.
very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. At this time, questions for the applicant or staff? Do you have any?
Yeah,
Louis, go ahead.
I have a question. There's an exhibit in the REP, Exhibit 3. Is that still a valid exhibit? Because it doesn't match up with the site plans. Or Exhibit C, sorry, Exhibit C. I don't find those to be consistent. And so I'd like clarification.
Exhibit C.
C as in cat.
Attachment 7. Okay, I got it.
So
Where are the last page? Is it one of yours? There are 3 your exhibits.
So Exhibit C indicates that the right of way and there's a staircase, yet the plans and Exhibit C also shows the retaining walls coming into the right of way. On the plan set, I don't see the staircase. And my other question is, you know, the AM&A indicate an encroachment dependent on site A's the other site's development. So I'm curious if that encroachment has been recorded, or is conditioned to be is part of the conditions in the, because right now the two don't match up. So can staff clarify that?
Lewis, Jim Campbell. This is the exhibit that was submitted originally. I don't believe that it's been updated to reflect the change here of the staircase being eliminated in the right-of-way, but maybe the applicant can provide better clarification.
We've submitted the RAPs with updated drawings, and they are consistent with what's been submitted. There might be a mix-up in what was presented in the artifacts to the board, but we have submitted them to the.
That would be also what was on the agenda.
Yeah, that would be.
Yes, we did remove the stairs from the right-of-way.
But in our packet,
Yeah,
in the noticing packet, it shows that. So it creates a confusion at this hour.
I don't see stairs in the right of way on mine.
Took them out.
Yeah, I don't see stairs in the right of way either.
No, in the revocable encroachment proposal, attachment 7,
Right.
in the plan is the actual language for the REP and the exhibits to support it. Number 1 just shows the right of way width. Number 2 shows or it's exhibit C, page 7, shows the drawing of the stairs in the right of way in front of this property.
You're saying off to the left, is that right?
On the left side, it's the
Yeah,
total
there's
engineering
stairs.
drawing from 8/13/24.
Yeah, there's new ones been submitted to the city.
Well, I don't have that in front of us here today, so if you have access to, you can email it to me. What I would say in general is that this exhibit would need to be modified and updated, and we may have that in our files that would be consistent with the final approved site plan that the board might approve. And so I think this discrepancy between these two is not as significant as it might be portrayed here. So in reality, whatever the board ultimately approves, this exhibit would have to change to match that.
Yeah, we haven't portrayed anything yet, but I understand your point. We don't have it in front of us. It may not have been agendized. It may not make a difference. But any other questions, Louis?
Correct.
Not at this time.
And Chair, so I mean, I just want to be clear. The agenda requirement is simply the notice to the public that, a short description of what may or may not be discussed about. So the fact that this exhibit may not be exactly what is on the other plans, there's no due process, there's no Brown Act, there's no agenda issue with that.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you much, Patrick. All right, Louis, any other questions?
On mute, sorry. No, I just wanted clarification for the discrepancy.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
One quick question. The loft that's attached to the ADU, is that on the same, to access it, is it through the ADU?
No, the loft is part of the main home and is used to come up from the main home to the second floor to the outside deck. It's physically separated from the ADU.
And the deck is not accessible from the ADU?
No, they're separate. They actually.
You can't access your deck from the ADU?
We have a front deck on the ADU. That's
That large deck
The large deck is for the main home below.
that's on the roof is only, you can't access it from the ADU?
That's per code. No, you can't.
There is a loft that belongs to the main house that acts.
147 square feet.
And is that on the,
Yeah. You need to speak into the mic.
is that on the same finished floor as the ADU?
Yes, it's on the same level, but it's between the ADU and the deck, and there's the loft accesses the deck, and it's part of the main house. The ADU is
So
blocked.
the loft is attached to the main deck via the main house via staircase.
Correct.
And the loft is the only thing that can access the deck.
Correct.
Good to know. Thank you.
So the whole deck, upstairs deck that's adjacent to the ADU is not accessible to the ADU?
Correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Any other questions?
But that whole area is subject to design review for mass scale and volume, correct?
Correct, subject to SB 9. It's kind of a complicated question. I'll kind of get into it in a second. All right, any other questions? Okay, with that said, I'm going to close the public hearing and I'll start with the comments. First of all, I appreciate the efforts that were made, but this is complicated. It's a complicated project, and it's made, complicated by a number of other things that are interplaying. So I'll start by saying this is SB 9 lot split. It's a large project on a narrow road with lots of excavation, very long driveway going up a steep slope, large mass overhanging the street. I don't see anything like it in the neighborhood. As I said, previous hearings and on your 1560 project, this should be planned carefully with input from and consideration of impacts to neighbors and the community as a whole. I'm not pointing fingers at anyone as to whether that happened or not. The prior direction of the board was, I thought, very clear. We made clear that a major redesign was in order. And for this reason, we voted unanimously to table the project. We rarely do that. And it was because of some of the issues I'll talk about that the neighbors talked about, mass scale, et cetera. The current proposal, I don't think reaches the major redesign that at least I was looking for, or I thought the board was looking for. I think it was pretty clear from the slides, the comparison slides that Mr. Parker showed, that the envelope of the building is essentially unchanged. Some minor tweaks here and there. And there's less glazing for sure. I think the major improvement was the landscaping, the lowering of the retaining walls, and the materials to make it look less like a four-story building. But it doesn't impact the towering size of this project. So in other words, the mass and scale is still a big problem. The driver is the location of the building, the size of the building, and the driveway and the garage. Those are all contributing factors to the mass and scale, which takes this, in my opinion, out of, as a unique project in the neighborhood, which is going to set a standard for that hill on the Bluebird Canyon side. To address that, we discussed in the last meeting in January, reducing the size and location of the upper floor, terracing the building into the hill, and putting the garage on the street. Now, I hear what the applicant has said, that none of that in his mind is possible. I am personally not convinced based upon the evidence. So I'll start with the environmental review, the CEQA. I met with, as you know, with 1560, I was very concerned whether we can apply a categorical exemption to this project, to 1560, and the same thing to this project, and whether they needed to be combined in light of the exceptions to the categorical exemption. I'm not going to repeat them here, except for the public, some of which you know. It looks at significant effects and cumulative impacts that might have significant effect on the environment. And I wasn't satisfied based upon the evidence, so I met with Public Works and with Jim, and we discussed some facts, which in my mind satisfy me that the categorical exemption applies. And this is important because it deals with the excavation issue, which seems to me, from the applicant's standpoint, to be a major impediment to doing things that improve the site. And my point to you is that I think that it may be necessary to do more excavation, unfortunately, to achieve a project that meets the requirements of the coastal development permit and the land use elements, and indeed potentially even the revocable encroachment permit. And the reason I think we find that is that number one, the road, Bluebird Canyon, is likely a cut road from looking at the terrain, and the fact that heavy vehicles have been traveling on Bluebird Canyon in this portion of it for a long time, and while the road does not look great, it has not had, to my knowledge, major repairs or major failures, which suggests to me that the likelihood that I don't have sufficient facts to find that the exceptions don't apply. Excavation also occurred with other homes in the neighborhood, including along Bluebird, no doubt, and again, the road survived. So with the conditions that have been described, which protects the road, I can find, number one, that the categorical exemption applies, and two, that several other factors that we can consider, which I can get into in the guidelines. But I think those conditions are appropriate, and I'm not hearing any objection from the applicant, which is a good thing. The next item is the coastal development permit. And this is really important because legally is not the issue here. We're asked to make those findings as to your project, including the ADU. So by making the upstairs 1,000 square foot ADU doesn't mean that it magically is removed from consideration of the findings for the condition or coastal development permit. So I'm going to hit criteria 6 first, because criteria 5 creates an issue in mind that I'm going to be asking for input from my other board members, because I am leaning one way, but I think I need their input to really make a decision. But criteria 6 is pretty clear in my mind, and that reads, the proposed development will be visually compatible with the character of surrounding areas, and where feasible, will restore and enhance visual quality in visually degraded areas. So visual compatibility with the character of surrounding areas. And as I said last time on this project, and as I said on your project at 1560, in my view, it's not. It is too large. It is too large an appearing house, in particular because it's not terraced into the slope, and the third story is just way too tall. I'm not saying, or the top story, I don't want to get into counting, because whether you count the garage or not. It needs, in my view, to be significantly scaled back at the third floor and terraced in if you want to preserve your 4,000 plus square foot home. And then I think, again, with visual compatibility, and I'll get to eliminating the driveway and relocating the garage to the street level now, because that also invokes criteria 5. Criteria 5 reads, the proposed development will minimize the alterations of natural landforms and will not result in undue risk from geological and erosional forces and or floods or hazards. So the question is alteration of natural landforms, which indicates a clear policy under the Coastal Act to preserve coastal slopes and coastal, environment. And putting in a 150-foot driveway raises, serious questions about whether that is. And I just got to say, I'm not convinced that a garage at street level doesn't work. Now, it was done for 1530 Mr. Cover's property, but it's different. You're higher up on the slope. Maybe you shouldn't be. One of the things we asked was to really study carefully whether excavation, and I think the response we got from the applicant is to do a ground or street level garage requires significant excavation, more excavation. And maybe you have to do that to make this project comply with the coastal development permit requirements, including the elimination of the driveway and the upper tier. I'm not 100%, I'm not even decided on that. I really want to hear my other board members' discussion on the ground level garage versus this massive lengthy driveway going up the slope, which does impact. And by the way, I looked at the other houses that have the driveways, for example, with Ms. Whiten's driveway, it's insular, it's discreet. It is not the kind of impact on the slope that you have with this project. So that's why I want to talk about criteria 5. Again, I really want to hear what everybody here says about that on the driveway. I could be convinced to keep even though I really have a lot of heartburn with it. Not heartburn out of personal desire, heartburn whether we can make the findings for the coastal development permit with that. All right. Now the coastal view policies, the LCP coastal view policies, include the land use elements. So those also are coastal requirement or coastal development requirements, which I think potentially require us to consider not only, your SB 9 stuff, but your ADU. Land use that would require you make these findings even though you've done all that. And land use element policy 2.1 requires maintain the diversity and uniqueness of individual neighborhoods. Again, I'm not seeing that. Large, out of scale. I just don't think you've followed our requests from the earlier hearing, nor does it meet this policy. Policy 2.8 require building design and sitting to be compatible and integrated with natural topographic features. This is where terracing is important to consider. Some terracing will definitely improve and indeed would be required by 2.8. Land use policy 7.3 and 10.2 more to the same effect. Visual compatibility, et cetera. And then coastal land use plan technical appendix section 30251. I'm not going to read that, but it talks about alterations of natural landforms. Permitted development shall be sited and designed to protect views along the ocean and scenic coastal areas to and this is most important, to minimize the alteration of natural landforms and to be visually compatible with the character of surrounding areas. So that's even before we get to the guidelines. Now, I know there's some question about whether the guidelines implies in light of SB 9 objective language, but I will mention it because I think the guidelines are important. I think the articulation is improved with what you've done. Access seems to me to be one or the other, whether it's a street level garage or the 150-foot switchback road and the garage up at the house. Neighborhood compatibility, that just, again, supports, what we've talked about. Lighting and glazing, I'm not, because I can't support the project tonight because of the mass and scale, I would, and I heard your comments about the neighbors not communicating with you. Well, I put a challenge that when you come back, it may get approved tonight, but I can't support it. But if it's not approved tonight and you come back, I tell neighbors, when you deal with a project of this site and this scope with the mitigations, and I appreciate the mitigations on the lighting and the like, and the reduction of the glazing. It's hard for me to really dig in, given I think the project needs to be changed. But that needs to be important. I mean, that needs to be addressed because of the location of this project. It is very visible, not only to Bluebird Canyon, to the residents there, but also to Morningside and indeed the whole community. So that needs to be carefully thought out, and neighbors, you got to be talking. I'm not saying you didn't, but that's really important. And same thing with privacy. I need to be satisfied on both of those with the redesign for me to support the project. Lastly, revocable encroachment permit. And this goes back to the issue of the ground level garage versus what you proposed. I've been on this committee for 2 years and maybe 2 months. I've never seen these kind of retaining walls in a revocable encroachment permit. If you read, and so I went back and looked at the rules. The section, I think one of the public mentioned that the municipal code defines a revocable encroachment permit under 11.50.010 as a, quote, discretionary approval by the DRB to allow minor classes of construction in otherwise unapproved or unused public, end quote. Again, that driveway does not, what's going to be in the 10-foot right of way doesn't strike me, and again, I want to hear what other board members have to say, as minor. Then for granting a revocable encroachment permit, it may be granted by the Design Review Board if the improvements will not interfere with the present and prospective public use of a street or right of way. that's a right of way. And I don't think you can ever say it's never going to be used. And putting in the access the way it is essentially makes that permanent. So I question whether we have the authority to do that because it does, it seems to me to interfere with the present and prospective use of a street or right of way. So I have some heartburn over that one. And then finding 6, that was finding 1, by the way. Finding 6 says it does not create structures of unusual or unacceptable appearance, form, shape, or height that detract from the general quality of the streetscape. And I think this project raises that issue. So these are my suggestions on the comeback. Reduce the mass and height, particularly at the top level. Also reduce the top story deck. I think the deck's too big and creates privacy problems. I think the building, if you want to maintain the square foot, which you have every right to do, you need to terrace that into the hillside. I think it needs a serious study on the feasibility of the garage. Your architect's one of the good ones in town. I think he can design something with access, including potential elevator. We just had another project today. I think, were you involved in that project where you put the elevator in the back of the house? You know, no, who is that? That was somebody. Warren, that was, oh yeah, he wasn't here. We've seen that done in other projects where elevator is integrated into a lower, it's not unusual to have a lower garage from the residents on High Street in North Laguna and numerous other places. It's a common feature. And so, and then finally, I think at the last hearing, I mentioned that I wanted to see a construction staging plan. I think with the, you know, I'm a little ambivalent. Every time I ask for one, it never happens. So they leave it to, I disagree with you. But anyway, it is within our purview. In fact, you're wrong. Respectfully. Well, I know when it, on an appeal, on an appeal to the city council on one of DRB decisions, they required it. And also, if I look at the guidelines, we can absolutely require it. So whether you've done, whether it's been done before or not, I'm not going to, I've just kind of thought about that, and I'm not going to require it on this one for my vote, although I'd love to see one. Anyway, hypothetically, Pat, do you have anything to say whether we can do a staging plan?
So I wouldn't say it's not permitted. I would say that it would be a draft form, and we would still need to defer to planning and, of course, Public Works for any issues that would come up down the road that we can't see. So I'm not going to say that a draft couldn't be provided. I am going to say that, you know, I would advise against this board trying to lock that into stone without some, you know, discretion to the actual, you know, on the ground elements.
I think where I see it is if the city council wants to require a staging plan, they can do it on an appeal. If there's something specific that we want included in a staging, we can make that a condition. Right now, I'm withdrawing my request for a staging plan that I boldly stated at the last hearing. So thank you for your listening to that somewhat long dialogue, and I close.
Well said.
So feel free also to disagree. Let's talk. Let's not make final decision until everybody's had a chance to talk, and then we've had another round to talk. Go ahead.
Okay. Does
Yeah.
someone want to go next? Do you want to go
I'll
next?
go next, yeah.
Okay.
So I had a chance to review the first meeting via video, and I believe that there were substantial changes made from the initial plan set, although the general appearance from elevations may be hard to see. When you go to actual floor sections, you'll see that there's been a major floor area reduction. Obviously, there's been the addition of the ADU, and we can consider that as we would with regard to the CDP. But I think overall, the floor area reduction was substantial. You know, it went down from 3,600 square feet to 2,400. which also reduced the upper level reductions for the home, where they're limiting it to that that one access room for that deck. They did substantial deck reductions as well, and also eaved the roof and made some roof reductions as well, taking the plate height from 10.2 to 8.4. For the garage, I think you bring up a great point in your deliberation with it. And I went back and forth and I looked at this over and over again. And I think there was some general public comment that wanted to see it toward the street. And I don't think that helps with the massing and scaling. You know, if anything, I think it may impede the massing and scaling substantially. I think if you bring that garage forward, you're going to see that garage as a much taller object versus where it is set back currently. It's substantially behind the front of the property line. And just to kind of show that on C2, I don't know if we have the ability to pull it up on the plan section. If you look at project plan section C2, it shows the section of the cuts that are going to be made from a toll drawing. So that's
It's on page C2.
yeah.
Give me a moment.
It's toward the back of the set. It's a toll drawing. And you look at the section off of the existing grade, which is, you know, way up
Hold on
here.
a second.
Yeah.
Let me get to it.
What page is that?
What page is it on?
I don't know if I have that. 28.
What else is sharing?
28 of 31. So on C2,
See, okay, I have it. out
they show the existing grade and the proposed driveway. So if you're looking at that section, you see that dotted line at the top, that's the existing grade. So I think this is being terraced, you know, from what I can tell from this section cut, I believe it's being terraced so that if you were to move that garage location, assuming that's the rectangle of the proposed garage, if you were to move it, yeah, if you were to move that garage section, so right now the garage is in this area, if you were to move it up front,
Wait, hang on.
that's the first level.
Commissioner, about to make sure that.
Sorry,
whoever-
I'll
everyone
turn,
else
I'll
is-
turn my
sure.
screen. So.
No, yeah, just, I mean, you can.
on the
yeah,
screen.
it's on
Oh,
the
okay.
screen, just describe it visually, so not pointing to.
Okay, so where the number 2 circle is, that's the proposed driveway elevation for the garage, roughly.
No, the garage floor is right here.
No, that's the ground floor.
It
That's,
says garage. Oh,
yeah, that's the ground floor
you're
is
right,
at the
okay.
top. So where that is it's already set back substantially from the roadway. So I see that as being a less of an impediment than if it were brought up to the roadway. Just from a, you know, angle standpoint, if you're looking up.
okay.
So, you know, and I think the terracing is substantial. I think the excavation is substantial. Even though it may not look like it from the staking from the plans and what they're proposing to do with the actual build, it does come down substantially to avoid as much of a massing effect as, you know, not as much of a massing effect as I think is perceived. So I just want to point that out to everybody. That C2 section is important. I also wanted to address the 4 trees that were added in front. I think that's a great, in great taste with the neighborhood. It provides a level of privacy and also a good aesthetic for the neighborhood. And then the vines, great touch as well. You know, I think that solves a lot of those visual aesthetics that could be considered. I also wanted to just address the pattern of development. I think we have to consider 1540 in our viewpoint of this project. 1540 is at the top of that ridge and it's built out over 14 feet roughly above the grade. And I think if you were to consider this ground floor level, it actually is not at that height. So if you're only looking at that ground floor level, assuming the ADU is slightly out of our purview, I think this definitely meets the pattern of development for that area. So yeah, I think they've done a lot to meet it. I think there's very limited privacy issues on the backside. I think I've heard some concerns from one of the neighbors pertaining to the spa. So maybe if there's some kind of consideration that could be made there, maybe some kind of privacy barrier, I think that would go a long way. I don't have concerns of construction access. I think that could be planned appropriately through the course of construction. But I had a chance to really review this in detail, and I feel like I can approve this tonight. I think it meets the pattern of development for the neighborhood, and it's going to be an awesome project for the neighborhood. So thank you all for your time.
And I'd like to follow that up, if you don't mind.
But
I can echo pretty much verbatim what board member, was it Balta, Emer Balta? It meets all the objective findings for the general plan, the design review criteria, and the coastal development permit. For access, I have not only does the driveway meet the pattern of development, as there are multiple driveways within the area, including 2 doors down. Having a driveway enhances the safety of the public as well as the property owner. Putting the driveway and the garage at the street would not only create mass and scale, but also it would create a variance. Neighborhood compatibility, the choice of materials that you guys proposed this evening is the perfect choice of materials for Bluebird. The color palette and the appearance of 3 stories is consistent with the pattern of development. View equity, I didn't see any view equity concerns. Privacy, no privacy was observed. The landscape is adequately designed to mitigate a lot of the massing and scale. With the cascade, I loved your choice of cascading down the retaining walls. It makes it less impactful to the neighborhood, less impactful than the Morningside project that was approved. It's going to beautify that neighborhood. It's a tired, old neighborhood. This is going to bring beauty back and life, young life back to the neighborhood. I agree that with a privacy barrier near the spa, I didn't even take that into consideration, but I like that idea. I'd like to point out that the proposed application meets the requirements for open space and lot coverage. And then my only other note is for the VT glass, if you guys, or for the glazing, if you guys can, for a condition of approval to have the engineered glass that keeps the light from protruding out. Okay. Those are my comments.
MJ?
Great, I'll go. First of all, 1540, is that the other property, A? Is that, where's
Oh, that's
1540?
Witten's, Susan Witten's property.
Oh, okay, that's not even comparable. Okay, sorry, I thought it was the non-built one. So I think from last round, the change of materials was a great choice. I think it much more integrates with the canyon, which is great. I think adding plants on top of the garage is really helpful in making it, again, integrating, not feeling as large as it is. I think one of my biggest concerns is mass and scale still. And I think sadly that's for you, because I know you're very adamant about the placement on top of the ridge there or on the knoll is placement. I think that by placing something that high up right at the edge feels like it's falling as opposed to placing it in and building up a stair. So that's something I haven't been able to rectify with the placement of the home. It is contributing, in my opinion, to mass and scale. I do think your materials helped mitigate some of the mass and scale by toning down the way the house appears. But placement is a big concern. I think that to Mr. Balta's point, you did pull back on your square footage, but you added an ADU. So it was just and we can't comment on the ADU. So I mean, we've seen it before. I think it's a card I think everybody would potentially play. So, but essentially mass and scale still there. Same thing with the loft to that essentially roof deck, a loft accessing to a big roof deck that creates mass and scale. That roof deck seems out of place structurally. It's a good looking building, and then you have this kind of what I think is kind of a funky deck, but that deck does make the whole building seem larger. So I feel like that's something that should be looked at to again mitigate the mass and scale. What else do I have? I think you might have mentioned the cover home, and I know we've pushed back on this a lot. They have a double lot, and that's my whole thing with them. It makes it seem less mass and scale. If you were on a double lot with this thing, push back a little bit and down, we'd be all over it. I just think when you're in this space so high up positioned with no breadth, that's appears mass and scale. If you won't come down on the size, which is your prerogative to have the square footage, you're within the rights of the zoning to have the square footage. But mass and scale is an issue that I think falls under a couple different guidelines. I'm sorry, I'm not an expert at the
The
CDP.
CDP is also required for the ADUs, so visual compatibility
Okay, well,
applies to the ADU.
okay, I'm not a CDP expert, but these are just things that I see that seem off and that I feel like need to be rectified in order to be accommodating to the Laguna requirements. So grading is funky, right? Because either way, you're going to be grading a lot, So I think that's something we have to kind of suspend until we see if and how everybody goes here and what's the best solution to bring down mass and scale. And it might mean more grading, but it in the long run, it helps eliminate the mass and scale, which I think is the biggest neighborhood concerns. Same thing with the retaining walls. As nice as it is to have that winding driveway, I think you mentioned the Wittens property. They have like 30-inch retaining walls that bring you up to that property, so it's not as impeding to. It doesn't feel so mass and scale. When you have these staggered ones, even though love the stone, love the green, it creates a size of a mass. It gives a feeling of building. So not an immense, but it's all these components together. The ridge, I believe there's a ridge there. I believe every knoll has a ridge. I don't care if someone came and sliced off the top of the ridge and said, build a house. Every knoll's got a ridge. I think it's the nature of the earth. But I'm not a geologist, but I have a pretty good idea that there should be a ridge there and that should be addressed. And I think perhaps based on sort of other points of view relating to kind of trying to be consistent as this knoll continues to expand with home building, that we use perhaps the covers house as the criteria for where you start, how much you can exceed the ridge. But again, that's honestly, it feels like that's the right math to use, but I'm not sure how that works out as far as placement for this house. The other is the homes behind you will be being built, and I know there is some rules here, and I'm sorry, I don't know the particular call outs. I would have to get those about blocking their potential sight lines as well. We can't be, I'm always on the fence about somebody's forward thinking because they might not ever build, so everybody else is stuck not doing anything. But I think that we have to keep in mind that these are buildable lots behind you, and especially with the sensitivity of this whole SB9 knoll, I think we have to be really careful about that and make sure we're not hampering their future opportunity to build and what might come their way. Revocable encroachment permit, yeah, it's at our discretion. I love that they're giving the road width, so that shouldn't become an issue. But again, by taking all that, generally we give those for driveway access, as well as if there's any safety or privacy concerns. For many lots that tend to go downslope, sometimes we have to put a wall there in order to protect the public. In this case, I don't see it as being essential, but again, I don't feel like the house is where it needs to be, so I don't know if I could really address revocable right now based on what your requirements are. Glazing, yeah, I don't think you took much glazing off. There's a lot. I think it's going to have, even though you're using the shades and the tinting, they're all packed in there, and I just think if you can add some more wall, plus you've got this great siding you're going to use in the stone, and I feel like you're going to have so much light and sunshine coming in. Personally, I would say cut back on some of that, and it would also benefit and it also, I think, brings down mass and scale when you don't have these big windows that are at night lit up, which appears that there's something big there. When there's less of it, it minimizes the structure size at night and by day as well. And I still think you can get a lot of great light and visual for all that you need. Shared stair for fire. I don't know what the city's fire department says about that, but being that we're in such a fire mentality now, as we should be, I can't imagine that sharing is the way to go, especially if there is a fire on that knoll and you need access to everything. Sharing isn't caring in this regard. So I'd look at that. I think that you need separate stairs for all the homes, but I don't know what the policies are and I don't know what the restrictions are. And I'm sorry if that's something that can't be driven by a fire department requirement or a specific city finding. Sorry, it's just, this is super important. So I want to make sure that I hit everything. Square footage, mass and scale. I think that covers it, but I think we've made progress as much as a couple people didn't. I think we have. I do think that your neighbors are willing to speak, so I'm disappointed and kind of surprised actually to think they haven't shared with you. Maybe there's sort of a perception reality component here that needs to be addressed. But if there is, then I suggest everybody do it. And I also caution you on things like adding a loft in order to access a roof deck. I think those kind of things are not looked upon as really very neighborly and probably not very nice. But I also think just from a mass and scale, that upper deck is just, wow, it's big. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, Louis, you've been waiting patiently. You're up.
Thanks for leaving me last. Okay, obviously it's a complicated site. I really appreciate the comments of my board, the staff report, and the commentary from the public and from the applicants team. It's all been well crafted. I've been a volunteer in this role for a little over 6.5 years. I've seen it all, and I still get surprised from different applications. And I kind of got to go back to page 1 of the design review guidelines on projects like this. I guess it's from chapter 25.05.04OH. The design review board for residential projects is on a case-by-case basis using criteria sensitive to urban design with emphasis of respect for context, design creativity, compatibility of scale, and the pedestrian experience. The property development standards contained in the municipal code represent the potential maximum development given to a property. The actual development allowed will often be less than the maximum allowed by code because of localized conditions identified during the design review process. So I have to take that into context, and in evaluating this one, I've kept an open mind. It's a difficult lot. I feel like I've fairly communicated with both the applicant teams and the neighbors. And all the evaluations that I've done, even though I'm not in site, have been solely on my own and not subject to any outside influence, whether it's the staff report. It's all been information that's brought to me, and I've tried to interpret it, and these are my findings. As I stated in the first hearing, access was my number one issue with the project. The following access improvements shall apply in all zones, specifically exempted from access. I had to go back to chapter 25.53.002 from applicability. The following access and improvement requirements shall apply in all zones unless specifically exempted by other approvals of subdivision, land division, conditional use permits, variances, design review, precise street plans, unless specifically waived by the city council where applications would cause hazardous or undesirable situations. That comes to mind, especially when I read the AMA report, and the AMA report identifies bluebird access, which varies in width from 18 to 28 feet, which I actually took a tape measure, and asphalt to asphalt was only 16 feet. So, I mean, I get you're widening it for the parking spaces, which is much appreciated. Those retaining walls come back to the property line. You create almost a 28-foot zone in that space. I find that available for parking, where the common street width for parking is 25 feet, also noted in the AMA report for one side of the street. Chapter 25.53006, access and street improvements to provide proper access for the user and prevent congestion or other hazard related to the use of land permitted. The following application zones, the following improvements are deemed necessary and must be provided by the owner and reviewed by the design review board. The access that I'm referring to for Bluebird Canyon, when I looked at the houses heading towards Regatta, where these 3 vacant lots end, immediately starts a curb. And the curb availability for homes accessing their lots, granted it's the downhill site, is approximately 24 feet from the start of the curb to their house. In your drawings, I see it at 20 feet. I need that reduction to match the development in the immediate vicinity at 24 feet to start your rise and run. Therefore, moving like Board Member Gibbs identified, those permanent retaining walls, if ever removed, would create a non-conforming condition under today's standards for you to access your property. So I think it's a reasonable ask, and it's something we've done for significant permanent structures to require them to be out of the right of way. So moving that, when it comes to the access, to the driveway, I think we've had issues. I know you put some graphics on the board that indicate various heights from finished floor of garage and relative to your project. But one of the elements that's missing is the variable height from the finished street level to your finished floor of garage. And for me, I need that to be lowered. And I think that would solve a lot of problems by bringing the project down. I mentioned it for privacy in a prior hearing that, some of the balance that I evaluated for the other sites in this immediate vicinity was their relationship to the top of the topography on the lot. And in order for me to kind of balance mass and scale, I need a relative size to that. Being 15 feet or close to 15 feet above the highest part of your lot allows you the privacy impairments to your neighbors on the other side and the houses that you're looking down on into the canyon, because it so far exceeds the null. And it, to Board Member Gibbs' comments, I can't make that finding for the CDP because of that dynamic, whereas I could make that on the other ones because they were more relative to the overall shape of the hillside and built into the context. Fire access in the AMNA, suggests the lot split and kind of the shared running of the stairway. I find a nexus that lot A needs to be developed or being heard or have an approved project in order for me to say that this configuration works on this lot, because the AMA report identifies lot A as needing the proper access first. So without that, it's kind of a gap. I also alluded to the gap earlier of the gap in the REP as published in the staff report under the REP documents in context to the actual plans. I understand your intent and what you're trying to accomplish, but there's a handful of variables, and that fire safety hazard is a crucial component in this identified as a very high fire severity zone. So I need to make sure that you're safe as the applicant and the neighborhood's safe as well. Then when we get into the guidelines, I'm chapter 11. I don't find it consistent with lot coverage and hardscape given the length of the driveway. I think there's definitely room for balancing the grading component to maintain and achieve your development goals, right? So a large project can appear much smaller and less massive with the right design and criteria. I think, my advice to the applicant in this situation is we've talked about this on the project, and the answer that keeps coming back is it's the most efficient way, it's the most whatever. We're asking for a more creative solution, and I hope you can take that to heart to help us find the right balance for your project to achieve the goals you want, because I believe it's approvable in size for this size lot but I need a different design. I asked for a redesign in the first hearing, and I'm still asking for a much more significant redesign at this hearing. The spa location on the rear end of the property line, I think it's elevated. I think there's other locations that would be less impactful on the site, and I'd be open to alternative solutions. View impact, it's less of a view. I do have to consider the other undevelopable lots. That they have reasonable buildable envelopes. But at this time, I don't necessarily see a significant view impairment other than the reduction in overall height and more tapering into the hillside. Privacy, because of that, I already touched on that. Lighting and glare, I appreciate the reductions. And I think Board Member Gannon's recommendation is a positive one to minimize glare. Then, kind of circling back to the access still being the problem. When we go into design review criteria, chapter 11.16 and 11.17, garages and driveways need to be compatible. I think referencing sites that are non-conforming and or built of a completely different era than the standards that are afforded to the development standards today is not the right approach for the site, and we need more creative solutions. But the guidelines do call for creative solutions, and so I'm not sure this is the best alternative in this fit. So for me, I could be supportive of a continuance, given more good faith of the applicant to really work on the significant elements of the project, or take further consideration from discussion from the board as to where to go.
All right, thank you, Mr. Weil. Let me make a few comments, and I'm going to put it again open to any additional comments from the board members. I appreciate everyone's comments. Obviously, we don't have presently, and there may be changes as we talk. But I had some clarifications and things that I see from based on Mr. Weil's comments, which for the most part I agree with. He talked in terms of guidelines. I think that those comments, particularly dealing with mass and scale, visual compatibility, the driveway and the long driveway and the garage going so high, all in my mind, and if I was to base it on anything, it would be based on the coastal development permit and the land use elements of the general plan. Also, I think that I'm a little bit more firm on the issue of the revocable encroachment permit. I have a hard time approving the kind of elements, including the roadway and the retaining walls in the encroachment in the publicly owned right of way because of their permanence. And what I thought was pretty pertinent to that is that grading solutions to move that back, should be considered, and there is a creative solution to this. But sometimes to get solutions to comply with the applicable rules and regulations, including the coastal development permit, the land use element, and your request that we have authority to grant or not grant for a revocable encroachment permit, requires some compromises and some creative solutions. I thought, and when I went back and listened, I thought we made that clear that we wanted a creative solution, and that's why we tabled it, to say, come back and rethink. And instead of rethinking it, it was repackaged. Now, I have 2 board members who would approve your project. I totally respect them, and they have that view, but there's 3 who don't. So before, I just wanted to comment on my impressions. I obviously disagree with my 2 board members who would approve the project and find it in compliance, although I respect their views. Their talk didn't change my view. And I had some modifications based on what Mr. Weil says and also on MJ. So does any other board member have a comment before, before I guess we deal with a motion? Do you have any comments? No more. Mr. Weil, you have anything?
I
Louis?
guess it'd just be, it's a question to the applicant if it's in his interest in good faith to require a third hearing or to
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to continue this. Oh, yeah. Do you want a third hearing? And will you, I think part of it is will you approach it in good faith for a third hearing in light of our comments?
The problem is you don't define creative. And we've presented here that there is almost no solution that doesn't become very negatively impactful on those same CDP criteria you're talking about. So, I mean, we can continue it and we can look further, but I don't know how we can make the kind of changes you're suggesting without doing something like maybe removing the ADU completely, or something like that. But the buildable area is on the top of the hill. The garage, if it's put at the street, means that me, a 60-year-old guy, is going to move into a retirement home and have to climb up 3 stories to get to my home. And there's no real improvement there because an elevator under the ground up to the main home is still going to be supplemented by paths and walking stairs that are going to tear up that hill on the outside anyway and look somewhat like a driveway anyway. So we can go back and be creative. I mean, if you want to continue it, but I don't know what we're going to be able to come back with.
Let me describe what I think is the consensus is. And if you want to go back in good faith to try to come up something that will meet where I think the consensus is, assuming the people who agree with my consensus concur, fine. Then with that kind of understanding, I'll support a third hearing. It's a discretionary thing. You're not entitled to a third hearing. If you don't, then we'll put a vote, yay or nay vote. So it's going to be up to you. But the way I understand the consensus, so it's clear, because I think you may be under somewhat of a misimpression on the garage. The consensus is too much mass and scale. The building needs to be lowered and terraced if you want to maintain the square footage. I mean, if you build a smaller building, that changes things. But I'm not asking you to build a smaller building.
So not building on the top of the hill.
Again, you're not listening to me. I'm going to say what the consensus is. I'm not saying that you can't build on the top of the hill. I'm saying the height of the building needs to be reduced. And if you want to maintain the square footage, you need to terrace it into the slope. That's where I'm hearing the consensus. And it's a 3-person consensus.
and
Second
creative
thing,
access.
pardon me?
And creative access.
Yeah, let me get to the
REP.
access now. I'm going to get to the access. The second thing is with respect to the access. I think there you have 2 options there. One is to build a straight level garage. The other is to lower the garage and have an access road that's lower. Mr. Weil suggested that. I could support that. But it needs to be, creative to do that, to have a.
Much lower?
Pardon me?
How much lower?
Again, we're not the designers, we're not the architects. You need to evaluate whether you want to propose something that we can consider given our comments. Also, it needs to be pulled back out of the right of way as far as any driveway, elevated driveway and retaining wall. Louis, that's what I understood you to say, and I concur with that. Am I reading you correctly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we ask a question of the applicant with regard to like what he would be prepared to propose tonight to get a little bit more clarity to see if that might sway a voter?
No, I'm not
No?
gonna, I don't want to be, getting into abstracts here or getting into potential ideas. Until we see it, we can't evaluate it. But it needs to be substantial. It needs to be, a rethought project. Go ahead.
Just wanted to ask a question in regard to ridge height. Is there any directive that would help him understand his height based on the ridge? This is, again, I'm not. completely
Well,
clear on
I
this.
think your message was clear. It needs to come down from the ridge. I'm not sure I'm that set in my ways there. And keep in mind, you only need 1 or 2 votes. I mean, I'm going to be real about this. You've got 2 people who are going to support the project, very likely, can't predict. So you've heard comments from us. So I was trying to get a consensus. I'm not so wedded that you have to come down off the ridge.
Yeah.
Personally, Lewis can speak for himself. But I'm trying to give you a consensus, consistent with what MJ's comments were, what Lewis's comments, and what mine. The height has to come down. It needs to be terraced in if you want to maintain the square footage. You need to remove retaining walls out of the public right-of-way and an elevated driveway there. So you need to pull that back. And for mass and scale, and for a number of other, I told you I was troubled with how much that driveway, how long that driveway is going up the slope. I think it raises land use element issues and finding 5 of the CDP issues. One of Mr. Wiles' suggestion was to lower the garage to reduce the length of that driveway. That would go a long way, I think, towards solving my concerns about the CDP and the land use issues. So that's about the guidance. I don't think we can give you any more specifics.
May we have a moment to confer?
Absolutely.
Please need 2 minutes, please.
So, board, and so I want to make sure that do we want to take a recess during this time?
Yeah, why don't we take a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, 5 minute
I need to
recess.
go to the restroom.
And once again, please, board, do not discuss the merits of it. Don't discuss it with the applicant. Just 5 minutes. But that's fine. I just want to make sure that, is Board Member Weil there? Board Member Weil, can you hear us?
Mr. Weil, Lewis.
Just unmuting. Yeah, I'm here.
Perfect.
Okay, we go ahead.
The camera
Chair,
just came back on.
All right, well, the meeting is back in session. Do you have a response?
But the bottom line is that we believe that this opposition is effectively an attempt to prevent me through a veiled method from building on the top of the knoll. I appreciate that concern of the neighbors and that is being represented by council members here, or sorry, board members here. But we can't not build there. And building a one-story home, which by the way is already terraced into the hill from west to east, would be basically building a bunker underground. Maybe I'd have one side of it poke out. So I don't see that fundamentally changing. I mean, if I move the garage down to the ground, down to the street, it would be harmful to both safety and my interest for the property. And ultimately, I cannot envision us having a material change that's going to satisfy what Board Member Gibbs, your clarifications are of what you expect. And certainly, I appreciate them, respect them, but I don't know how we can come back with something that can come anywhere near what you guys are asking for. And ultimately, we would ask that you give us the most consideration you can and vote your conscience.
Well, we're going to vote our determination on the findings. So I guess we have a motion to make, and
Can we do additional deliberation considering that new?
absolutely, go ahead.
So so it sounds like he doesn't want to have a third hearing. Is that what we're hearing?
Right.
Yeah.
It's going to either be a grant or a denial.
Yeah. So
Approve or deny.
So I think we should make a consideration for a reduction in mass here today. Whatever dimension that may be, 1 feet, 2 feet, 3 feet. I think that would at least give him a condition of approval, which is what he's looking for. We're not in the business of giving approvals to anyone blanket, but I think this consideration should take place here today. I think we could also accommodate some of the driveway concerns through an approval process, and also make the findings for those driveway concerns, and also the reduced height. What that might look like, I think we should, discuss internally and see like, hey, maybe, MJ thinks 5 feet, maybe you think 3 feet, but I think we can give clear direction to him today, so he could leave here with a condition of approval, and then we could balance the neighbor's interest, how we see fit as the 5 on the board. So that's, I just want to open that up and kind of see if that might be something we might be amendable to.
I'll speak first, and then I'll turn it to MJ.
Board
And
Member Gibbs, can I? Oh, sorry.
let me just say real quick, and I'll turn it over to you guys. Yeah, I think it needs a redesign. I can't give specifics such that we can make them conditions to modify the project to reduce it like 3 feet here, or lower the garage 5 feet there. I think the consensus I gave is where I'm at, and that would require a redesign. I don't think it is more comprehensive than we would be able to do, in my view, by trying to come up with specific conditions. Lewis?
There's a misunderstanding on the applicant's part. The buildable lot and the setbacks, I can respect on this site, and a buildable project could meet the standards within that footprint of the buildable space. In respect to those setbacks, I just think the way it's proposed doesn't work or meet the guidelines as we've discussed. There's plenty of opportunity for him to build on the buildable area in the site and achieve his program.
And I agree with Mr. Weil. I think that it's quite an effort to have to redesign this, and for us to try to chip away at it as a board with limited architectural skills. We can only go by our findings and what we've been able to present tonight. That gives him the tools he needs and his architect to rethink it, and then we can take it from there. But I think it's premature for us to step up at this point.
And I echo what both my colleagues said, and concur with what Mr. Weil said, that we're not saying you can't build on the flat area up above. I certainly didn't say that, but my comments stand. I don't need to repeat them. So in light of that, unless you want a continuance, I'm going to be making a motion, a different kind of motion. It's up to you.
You vote your conscience.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I think what we would be asking you to do is to, direct staff. The motion would be to direct staff to bring back a resolution for
Right.
denial at the next meeting.
Right.
Okay.
Because we gave a lot of reasons for denial, and I think we need to look at it to make sure that the reasons are accurately stated in the resolution. That's a resolution I want to look at, and I'll probably have some input on. All right, so I move that we continue this hearing and we'll talk about, what date would be appropriate before I make the motion?
I think we can go to the next meeting because it's 3 weeks away, and that gives us sufficient time to write the resolution based on the.
That's June 12th, right?
Is it a continuance or is it a vote for denial? I'm just asking for clarification.
It's a direction, we move, let me make sure I understand this, because it's what we did last time. We move to continue and direct staff to prepare a resolution for denial of the application based upon the grounds, and I would suggest it be on the consensus grounds we gave.
Correct. Yeah. And so Chair, if I may, so there's a slight nuance there that I want to flesh out. Typically in the past, what we have done is simply, direct staff to come back with a resolution, whatever that is, approval or denial here, if it's denial, typically put it on the consent calendar. So the statement that we're going to continue the hearing is a bit
Okay,
off
so
because what that would mean is that then the hearing's open. Someone could come and say, hey, I want to argue no, that I want X, Y, and Z. And so I just want to make sure that the board is clear. It's up to you guys. You guys can do.
No. So I want to do that. So the motion is to direct staff to prepare a resolution for denial of the application and to put it on the consent calendar at the next meeting.
And then just for everyone's edification, so then at that hearing, it is not a relitigation, it's not a rehearing, it is simply, did staff accurately take down and memorialize in the resolution what the board decides here tonight?
Okay, fair enough. All right, so I move that on item 5.7, 1560 Bluebird Canyon Drive Lot B, Design Review 24-2509, Coastal Development Permit 24-2510, Revocable Encroachment Permit 24-2511. On that item, I move that the board direct staff to prepare a resolution for denial of those applications, and that resolution be put on the consent calendar at the next design review meeting, which is June 12, 2025.
I'll second.
All right, please call the roll.
Board Member Bauta,
No.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
No.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes. All right, with that, we stand adjourned until our next meeting on June 12, 2025.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
I'll do it.